Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan. And boy, oh boy, do I have a pile of Trident Video Cards sitting beside me. I also have a pile of people in the chat. Let's see who's here. We have Thomas Armstrong. He says, may the best Trident win. Well, we'll see if the best Trident will win. Sorcerer Stands asking, do we have to wait till next May Pro to see the K Pro working? The answer is no, but I'm not going to give it a whole nother month. It might get another live stream, but I need to balance because my views were down 60%. Well, they were down 40% last month. So K-Pros aren't as popular as PCs, Macs, and other systems. We have Frank S. We have Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. We have myself. Apologizing for being late because Game.04 was streaming on Twitch and I had to go say hi because I've been subbed to his channel for 2 years. So yes, Doc, if you're watching the replay, yeah, 2 years. Can you believe it? We have Joe's Computer Museum, who is admonishing me for being late. Yes, Joe, I was late. We have, let's see here, we have Everything is Broken Garage. Well, tonight, Ryan, I feel like that's Everything is Broken Trident Video Card Basement. We have 1-Bit Fever Dreams, who is going to hope I play a game, and that will depend on if I get any of these cards repaired. And which one, because depending on which computer I have to test them in, there's no games on it anyways. We have Apples Anonymous. We have Joe letting me know my audio is low. Uh-oh, that's not good. Is my audio still low, Joe? And is anyone else having the same problem? Because my VU meter shows that I'm pretty loud, although maybe not as loud as I could be. I guess I could. Let me double check something. But feel free to chime in. Hold on. Let me double. My audio filters didn't like spontaneously turn off or something. Transform. Nope, I don't know where it is. All right. We'll see if anyone else complains about my audio low. Let's see here. SadMac356 says my audio's fine. Great. Lower than normal. Oh, Joe, I got feedback from people that said that my Yeti sounds better than my Rode mic. Go figure. Yeah, we have Frodo Jedi. Yes, this thing is on. What is this thing on? Well, I guess we'll go to table cam. Let's take a look at all of the Trident video cards I have. Joe says, it's just me, never mind. Well, never minded. I did something stupid. Actually, no, I was not on mute, but I did do something stupid. Okay, I'm going to presume no one heard any of the explanations after I went to table cam because I did something stupid, with the best intentions in mind, and didn't realize that in the latest version of OBS, apparently hiding the video source also eliminated the sound. So I have something misconfigured. I'm going to presume no one heard any of my lovely explanations after I went to table cam, and I do apologize. All right. The reason why I turned my view off is because I'm recording in OBS, and in case I catch anything in the OBS view, I wanted my view to be gone, but actually I just realized I did two stupid things, because this wasn't the view I wanted to hide it on anyways. Whoops. Alright, I think I turned everything back on, including the weird Marchintosh logo that I forgot I had. Okay, I turned myself off on the wrong view too. I wanted to turn my camera view off on the capture input so that if I captured any video that would be appropriate for a follow-up video on this video card, which I will pre-explain what this one is, then I would have a clean recording from OBS, because OBS can only record what it's also outputting out on the stream. It'd be nice if you could, like, record without some overlays, but oh well. Okay, take two. And action. Yes, thank you, Frodo Jedi. I'm sure if I look at my cell phone, I probably have, like, several text messages if I have lurkers in the chat. All right. So, this is the Trident video card from L&Y Electronics. I think I put a link to the video in the description. If I didn't, then I will fix my mistake after the stream. All right, so this is the video card I tried to test I initially tried to use when I tested the Pico Gus, and the games were locking up. After the stream, I removed, well, I put it back on the card on the back, but there was an FCC ID sticker on the front of the card. So if you watch that video on that video card, you might notice that there was an FCC sticker right smack dab here, because I kind of noticed after I made that video, I was like, wait a minute. It looks like the FCC ID is covering something possibly important. And lo and behold, I noticed these jumper settings were behind the FCC ID sticker. And then the more I looked at the board, the more I then looked at the jumpers, and I realized I think this card was jumpered wrong for that computer. So I have changed the jumpers to what I think they should have been. I'm going to see if that possibly fixed this card. Otherwise, I'll have to see if there's anything I can do to repair it. Unfortunately, in this case, this card, it might be the memory, and I don't have any of these memory chips on hand, I don't think. Unless one of these other cards happens to be the same memory chips, but I don't think they are. Because the annoying thing is, this was from the era where there were so many different video memory chips. It seems like every video card had different memory chips on it. Nowadays, it seems like they pretty much are... There's fewer different memory chips they could potentially use. They're also BGA, so I haven't looked, so that could be wrong. Also, in that video on the L&Y Electronics card, if you watched till the end, you probably saw me set this video card in the pile, this PCI Trident video card, as a teaser to... Yeah, this card locked Windows 98 up during a test. So something's wrong with it. I suspect there's probably nothing I'm going to be able to do for it. Also, because I seemingly never learn my lessons, I bought this video card on eBay. It's actually untested, so I have no idea if it works. It's also a better PCI Trident video card than the previous one. Better is probably relative. All right. So now we get to the ones that I may have actually already tried to take a stab at repairing, and they are back on the bench now that I have some extra parts. All right, so this is one of the cards I looked at during the repair live stream, the last one I did. My notes on this card is that the text is unstable. I tried reflowing the VGA connector. I tried swapping the crystal with another card. I swapped the RAM DAC with another card, and I had no change in behavior. Now, one thing I have done, because I'm honestly wondering if these Trident video cards used substandard crystals, or maybe the crystals wore out, is I bought some brand new crystals. I have no idea if they're the correct ones. I have no idea if they'll fix the problem, but these are brand new crystals. I bought both 14.31818 as well as 40 megahertz because some cards use one, some cards use the other. I also have, although I did recap this card, I believe, so it's not caps. So, yeah. Yeah, Jeremy, I may try the oscillator, but I don't have RAM for it, unfortunately. There's just, I have so many of these cards, and they have different types of RAM. I had to draw a line somewhere. Also, my coffee goals to replenish supplies and tools, and, well, my tip jar felt a little low last month. So, I'm carrying over the gold to this month, by the way. Okay, so here's another Trident card. I've also taken a look at it. This one says bad video quality. I stole the bracket from another card so that at least it had a bracket on it. Okay, I have a note that it has jail bars. However, I think I determined the jail bars are actually an artifact of digital capture. So, and I have a note that it has the same symptoms as one of these other cards. And I think it might actually be the same symptoms as this card here. Yeah. Okay. So otherwise, text was unstable, bad video quality, jail bars, but the jail bars is we're not gonna worry about that. Jeremy has noticed something peculiar, and that is where I am going to zoom in. All right. Now, I have not been able to confirm this from the datasheet, because I don't know that I've actually found a datasheet for this particular revision of the chip. But, all right. So, if you will note, this is a Trident TVGA 8900D. It has a ROM on it, a BIOS on it. This is a TVGA 8900D-R. And you will notice there is no BIOS on the card. I believe the -R cards have the BIOS in the TVGA 8900D-R chip. I believe it is a chip count shrink to make it even more compact so that it could be integrated into computers and take up even less PCB space. It also makes the card smaller, because every single 8900D-R card that I've seen has no BIOS chip on it. And yet, this card will actually give an image. If the video BIOS was completely absent from this card, you would have no image. I mean, you wouldn't see anything on the screen at all, because I believe it needs the BIOS to actually work. In fact, I could probably test that by taking one of the 8900D chips, yanking the BIOS chip, and I bet it will not post. Or if it does post, it will probably not be running in VGA mode, but I don't think it'll post. I think the computer needs the BIOS to do much of anything with it. Maybe we'll try that, because I got enough of those cards to try it with. Okay, now, and Jeremy, the reason why I say that, here's another 8900D-R. Oh, wait, I may be able to steal these chips, but maybe not. These may actually go to fix one of the other cards. I just realized those look like the same memory chips as one of the other cards. One of these could be sacrificed for parts, yes. This one's the likely candidate because I'm just waiting for Jeremy's eagle eyes to notice that there does appear to be something missing from this card in reality. So this card, this one's the real stumper, and actually, I wish I'd ordered some VGA connectors, because I started to wonder if the VGA connectors busted on this card. This is the video card where the monitor will sync to the card, but you get no video image. I tried swapping the RAM DAC out, which is why the RAM DAC is missing from this card. I tried swapping it with another card, but that didn't fix the problem. So I pulled the RAM DAC off and put it back on the other card that it went to, because the swapping RAM DACs didn't fix it didn't fix the card that got the other RAM DAC. It also didn't fix this card, because I thought, well, maybe the RAM DAC is just not reading memory, so that's why there's no image. But I guess what I failed to realize is I bet the RAM DAC generates the sync signal too, so I mean, I don't know. Well, we'll see what I sacrifice, Jeremy. I'm not going to sacrifice all my Trident cards, because I need some for Ryan to give me grief over. Also, I'm not going to swap GPUs. I'm probably not going to swap GPUs tonight. It's probably where I'm going to draw the line, because these are painful enough to solder on. But anyways, although I may try reflowing the GPU on this. Otherwise, I may steal its memory chips, because my note says to maybe try swapping the memory, but I really doubt the memory's bad. I'm wondering if maybe the GPU chip is bad. Anyways. All right. We're almost done with the stack of Trident video cards, so don't worry. This one's maybe one of the more annoying ones that it's in the pile. And actually, because this is the one that I bought from Canada. So I spent a little more on it, and although it may be potentially more fixable, though. I think this one just had an unstable video image. And quite honestly, I'm thinking of just replacing the oscillator. Oh, I just realized it actually has 2 crystals on it. So, and one of them is a Hooray brand. And I don't think I can make these things up. I mean, seriously, there we go. I mean, Hooray. H-O-O-R-A-Y. Hooray. It's a 14.31818 megahertz crystal. Yay. It's so exciting. You can probably take a guess as to which one I will probably try replacing first. The other one's Kyocera brand. Jeremy, I could tell you what I would do with Trident AGP video cards. You could probably guess what I would do with them in 2 words. Or maybe 3, depending on how you phrase it. And I'll give you a clue. The middle word is it. And the first word is throw, and the last word is away. Or if I was Yoda, I guess I would say it throw away. But whatever. I am not going to buy any Trident AGP video cards, not even as a joke, because those were just total lame-o. Trident had lost the GPU battle by then. Yeah, they had lost the battle. They were no longer a serious contender. They did not last long in the AGP era. I'm not even going to buy one as a joke. I mean, now, Cirrus Logic AGP video card, yeah, I'd probably buy one of those, even though, again, NVIDIA and ATI beat them out. But, yeah, Sadback 356. In other words, e-waste, yes. Yeah, oh, yeah, I guess, forward, send it to e-waste. Yes, if you have channel surprises for me, I do not want any AGP Trident video cards. I do not need any Trident AGP video cards. I will go borrow Rammy from Adrian if you send me any Trident AGP video cards. Actually, no, I won't, because that'd be quite expensive to borrow Rammy. I will go find my own Rammy, or equivalent other thing. Trident, maybe a fish or something. I'll go find one of the fish like Zodium has, and I'll bring that out if anyone sends me any Trident AGP video cards. Yes, I don't want any. Send me any other AGP video cards. You can send me an Intel i740 AGP video card. I do not want a Trident AGP video card. All right, we have another Trident. Oh, okay. There's a reason why. Okay, I had to remember what this one was real quick. Okay, this one I've actually already done a replacement on it, and yes, you can send me Trident gum. Sugar-free, please. I don't need the sugar or I'll be bouncing off the walls. Okay, this is the Trident video card that was in the computer that I got at VCF East this year. It had the busted VGA connector. I have actually already replaced the VGA connector. So this one actually is going to be a test and see if it fixed it. This is actually the same video chip that's on the ISA Super VGA. So I'm actually kind of hopeful this one might just work now that I replaced the VGA connector. I mean, granted, the crystal's not branded, but I'm hoping maybe this will just work because after all, and I have this one sitting here in case I need to borrow it for something. After all, this Trident card actually works too. That's my ISA Super VGA. And it's not like they're making Trident video chips anymore, so that's a new old stock chip. Made 1998, 25th week. Oh, interesting. Oh, I just realized. This Trident video card. Small world. 1998, 25th week. What's the chances that these went through the line at the same time? See, I'm looking at the numbers. 28214310 WBA TMIE TDQ. What's that in? QQF 035 SW. Huh. Small world. These might. My new old stock chip that I got from UT Source appears to have been made the same week as this Trident video card I got at VCF East. Small world. Oh, you've got the other type of RAM for the light blue VGA card? Yeah, they're all exactly the same. Yeah. Well, except, Joe, it is possible that that wherever the UT Source got their Trident chips, remarked them to some week. So maybe it's a remark, although it's been through the ultrasonic cleaner twice and the mark hasn't come off. This card, I believe, is actually a vintage card. Complete with the label that almost looks like I've seen that label on other cards. But yeah, I think this is an actual vintage card. Yeah, they're all exactly the same. Who knows? Maybe they only made that video chip for 1 week and then went bust. And then finally, Oh, oh yeah. And then finally, I think this is another untested card because I don't learn my lessons. This is another TVGA 8900C. I haven't tested this one. Because this one showed up on, I believe, Mercari, and the seller sent me an offer, and I was probably feeling generous, and I bought it. I don't learn my lessons. Hey, Jack 68K. Yeah, I don't learn my lessons, so I bought yet another Trident card after swearing them off. I probably won't buy any more, though. This is... So, in reality, there are two untested cards in this pile. Plus, I guess, the repair that I haven't tested. So, I guess if you want to say 3 untested cards. And then we've got the... Yeah, the 8900 series might be the Problem Children chips. That is quite possible. It may be the 8900 series. Although the problem is, Jeremy, the 8900 series can actually do high color. And I think it might be able to do true color, as long as you have the right RAM DAC. The 9000i series, 256 colors max. It was like a late integrated, completely integrated chip. So the RAM DAC and everything is in the chip. I guess the BIOS isn't integrated, but everything else is integrated. It was designed for like integrated video on computers, and I think by that point, they started putting integrated video that it was enough to use, but they expected that you'd probably buy a better video card if you wanted to use it. Well, Ryan, you missed me starting to explain these cards after having done something stupid in OBS, and then I had to start re-explaining them. So, in reality, you didn't miss much. Alright, because some of these bags have notes on them, I am going to put these cards back in their bag, but I'm also going to do a real quick sort for some of these cards that I might need to swap memory chips. I'm going to really quickly, because honestly, I thought I looked and there weren't many cards that have the same memory chips, but I think I may have made a mistake when I did that, so... Okay, so I believe the 2 PCI cards are quite possibly... Okay, well this one's untested, so I'm not going to steal parts off of it unless I test it first. Okay, so the 2 PCI cards share the same memory type, I believe. That's a 44... yeah, it's an MT RAM, so I'm sure it's high quality. 4C1625... Oh yeah, 4C16257. This card at least has LG and Siemens RAM. Oh. Okay, I can't decipher the part number because these part numbers are... Okay, these two cards may not have the same type of RAM after all. Okay. I can't decipher... Well, they probably are the same type. I can't decipher the part numbers really quick. Yeah, Trident cards so good, Justin. I'd explain them twice. Yeah. Yes, Trident cards are so good. I'm sure Ryan has probably picked up every free AGP Trident video card that he's found in Newfoundland. I have trouble saying that Canadian province. Canadian province, and I do not know why. I think they I don't know, picked a name that was just tricky enough that us US people couldn't pronounce it quite correctly, and so they'd know that we're tourists. Okay, so this card is, could also be that I just get tongue-tied easily. I don't know. Okay, so this card, 424210 memory chips. So these are probably either 512 by 8 or 256 by 16, because I think this is a 1 megabyte card. So I do not know if these are the same type as the PCI cards. However, I'd probably be more likely to take these memory chips. Actually, I just noticed something. I don't know if this is significant, but sometimes when you have a chip that something's wrong with it. Hey, Chris! Hopefully you'll get your pie tomorrow. I tracked it. It looked like it made it to Dulles. So, yes, but anyways, sometimes I've noticed that if you have a bad chip or something, that sometimes if the chip is run hot, that sometimes you can see like a ghost of where the IC is inside the package, and you kind of notice how this may be nothing. This could just be completely unrelated, but do you notice how this one chip here kind of looks okay, but this other chip, there's this like weird ghost here? I mean, again, it could just be the way the card's been handled, but I don't know. Yes, okay. One bit Fever Dreams is telling me it's pronounced New Found Land with umlauts. So I'm sure I'll get that wrong, because yes. Newfound Land. Okay. Maybe I'll just say that 50 times slowly so I can get the tongue-tiedness out of my tongue on that one. So, yes. And yes, congratulations, Chris, for one child through high school. So, yes. And to any of the rest of you all that have children that just recently graduated high school and I don't know it, congratulations to you too. And also congratulations if you're still getting your kids through school, but they've completed a year of school. Although some school systems, I realize, are probably still in session, but... Ghost, you say? I'm gonna call the Ghostbusters. Alright, I'm just gonna take a little isopropyl alcohol. I just am curious if this, if that ghosting, like, changes if I clean the chip. Because that could mean that maybe there was just oil or something on the chip. No, actually... That is really weird. I'm wondering if that memory chip might have partially failed. Because that is kind of weird. Oh, yay, Jeremy. Jeremy's eldest daughter made it through her first year of college this year. Congratulations. Yes, that's also a big step. Who you gonna... One bit fever dreams. Who you gonna modem? I'm going to modem Joe. Joe can do his best modem impression in the chat, and that'll get rid of the... That probably won't get rid of the ghost. Okay, so this card... we'll try the jumper settings, but actually the more I look at that memory chip, the more I think it might be the memory chip. We'll see if I have any memory chips to swap with it. Oh, hey, Jubsy. Jubsy. Welcome. Okay. I'm just sorting these cards by memory type, because I may have to swap memory chips on some of them. Okay, so... Ooh, interesting. I just noticed this. Now, this, though, kind of looks like it might be more finger oil, but... Again... Okay, that, I think, is flux. That's kind of weird. Again, it could be nothing. It could just been the way it was handled. Especially because I'm not sure the RAM on this one's bad. Oh, well, it says text unstable. So I don't know that the RAM necessarily is bad on that one. Okay, that's... yes, and of course, then I had this card that I thought, oh, well, I might be able to steal its RAM, but it's like the complete different package style where they're, yeah, whatever they call that versus the ones with more pins. So, yet another memory chip style. I would almost be curious if you could replace all these DRAMs with SRAMs, but for a card like this, I don't think it's worth the effort, so please don't take me up on the challenge. It's probably not worth the effort, and I just dropped a RAM DAC on the floor, which is fine, because I'm probably not going to reattach that RAM DAC to this card, because it's probably not worth it, because I'm short one bracket anyways. I'll find where the RAM DAC fell to, because it may be spare parts. Oh, here we go. I think these memory chips are the same as the one that was on the LNY electronics card. So I think for that LNY card, if the jumper settings doesn't fix it, then we're going to steal these RAM chips. And in that case, I definitely don't need to go find that RAM DAC that fell on the floor. Well, I do, but not as soon. Okay, so good. I've got donor parts for that one. Okay, this one's socketed. And I don't think the RAM is bad. And if the RAM is bad, I'll just pull chips, swap them, and jumper it for a smaller amount of RAM. But I don't have any more of these memory chips, so not going to be able to do anything memory-wise if the memory's bad on this one. I need to order more of those memory chips. It uses the same memory chips that's on the ISA Super VGA, but I'm not stealing chips from that. Okay. This one has those weird chips here. So if I think there's bad memory on this card, then I'll probably sacrifice one of the other 8900Ds to fix this card, because these 9000 cards just seem to work. Oh, that's a good question, Jubsy. I'll get to that in just one moment as soon as I finish my sorting here, because that's going to determine the order I tackle these cards in. Okay, and this is actually an untested card, but it shares memory chips with these three here. So... okay, so I think I'm going to start out with a little warm-up here before I start reflowing boards. Before I start reflowing memory chips off boards, I'm going to start with a little warm-up. And basically, I'm gonna do a crystal swap on this chip. And then I'll pull the 386 on the workbench and we'll test a few of these to confirm. But yes, Jubsy's asking, what happens to all this cool stuff you repair? Resell? Installed into a giant 8 megahertz Doomday device that you are working on? Alright, it is a good question. It actually depends. So... the reason why I have so many Trident video cards is I bought a lot of cards on eBay. There was like a lot of 4 or 5 of these cards that were like non-working, and I paid like a dirt cheap price on them. I didn't think I'd be able to fix all of them, even though I am optimistic. If I happen to fix more than I can use, I'll probably just hold on to them because they're Trident video cards, and or if there's a YouTuber that's like, you know, I'd really like to try a Trident video card, and I feel beholden enough to just send them one. For something like this, I would probably be more likely to give one to someone that didn't have any ISA video cards for testing if I get more than I can need to work. Some of the other things I repair, I keep, because I'll come back to them for other videos. I have bought some things to resell after repairing. For example, I did recently resell, I had a Macintosh LC2 logic board that I bought. It was an untested one that looked like it just needed recapped. Sure enough, it just needed recapped. And I actually decided to resell it just to make a few extra bucks. I made like I guess after what I paid for the logic board and parts, I think I made like 30 or 40 bucks, which covered my labor, so that was cool. And I do have a computer or two that I've either sold or I may sell. But some of them I repair to keep. It just depends on what it is. But yeah, given how unreliable these Trident cards are, they are definitely not on my list of things that I'm likely to sell if I repair. Because not understanding why they go bad, I don't know that if I repair it and sell it, is it just going to go bad like within the 30 days of the person receiving it. But yeah, it kind of depends. I don't... let's see, which is the Mac board that can be used to make a Mystic? I think that's the LC575. I have not bought any of those. The other thing is, I usually, if I'm just buying a board, yeah, 1-Bit Fever Dreams confirms. It's the LC575. Also, the reason I got an LC2 board and I decided to sell it, that's because I was actually able to test it. So, I do have a few other Mac Logic boards that I'll probably put on the stream to repair, and then I'll probably sell them. Because I bought them for a video that has not come out yet, because I haven't really started it yet. It's on my list of I'll have to produce it, but I have a few Mac Logic boards to compare with something else, one of which needs recapped, and probably when I'm done with that, I'm probably going to sell some spare Logic boards because I really don't need to hold on to them. And if I can make a few bucks, that's great. But the thing is, I can actually test those boards and know that yes, they're working, because that's my other rule. I don't really like to sell things on eBay, especially something I've repaired, if I can't test it. Now, I have sold things on eBay where I just flat out say that this is untested, and I'm sure some of the buyers think, oh yeah, haha, he's tested and it doesn't work. But most of the time, if I sell it on eBay, I've at least tried to test it. And then in that case, if you ever look at my listings, you'll note that I will tell you, I have tested this and it does not work. Here's what it did. Because I really don't like to sell things on eBay I can't test, or at least describe. So, yeah, I very rarely sell something I can't test. And that would definitely include if I repair it. So, I'm not going to buy... Now, if I buy a whole computer and repair it and I can test it, then I might sell it. But, yeah, Ryan's giving me grief because I have empty space. But I want to save space for very different things. Not just like a whole wall of printers, for example. And that totally was not referencing Steve in any way, shape, or form. I promise, Mac84. It was definitely not a reference, because I don't think you have a wall of printers. You probably have a lot of printers, though. All right, Jeremy's asking if I buy a NCR or a Siemens Nixdorf WinCore cash register machine and play Doom on it. Well, I like exploring the computers of my generation, and I don't think any of my generation played Doom on a cash register. Okay, now Sad Mac is speaking my language now. A wall of Emacs, maybe. Yes, if I can buy sturdy enough wood that did not come from Lowe's or Home Depot to build shelves that can hold a wall of Emacs, I will do it. Because A, Emacs are heavy, so it needs to be sturdy, and B, we've all been to especially if we're homeowners, we've been to the lumber department in Lowe's and know what their lumber looks like, and you wonder what the tree looked like that lumber came from. Actually, if it's wide enough for a shelf, it's usually not twisted. The twisted ones are usually the, like, 2x4s. Okay, now you all are just being silly on what I'll play Doom on. I'll tell you what, I will try to play Doom on a Trident video card if I get one working. But that will be on a separate stream because I don't have... I don't have a playable version of Doom installed anywhere. Yeah, Ryan, Steve has a wall built of printers. Yeah. Lol, it keeps his basement from collapsing. Yeah, probably so. All right. So what are we going to do? I'm just kind of doing a little warm up here. So this is the card that I wrote text is unstable. So I don't think it's got bad RAM. I did try swapping the crystal, but I don't know how good of a crystal that these Trident video cards came with from the factory, so I really don't know if I should have expected that to fix it. Because actually, a lot of these cards have unstable text, which tells me that maybe these cards really weren't made with that great of a crystal. Ah, Jeremy's got 2 Emacs, and I might be getting 2 more soon. Well, Jeremy, there is definitely... I have a list of computers that are computers that I will probably not allow to be shipped to me because of either weight or fragility, and the Emac is on that list. It probably is the iMac, but that's because those are just so fragile to ship now. But yeah, yeah, definitely, probably if I ever get an Emac, it'll probably be because I found one on Marketplace. But very nice that you've got some Emacs. Those are definitely would be a machine that I would consider getting, because granted, I think that would have been the tail end of my generation going through school by the time those came out, but because I can't remember if those came out like at the end of my high school or if I was in college when those came out, but yeah, I kind of consider what my generation grew up on kind of through probably really through the G4, although yes, technically I guess the G5 also counts, but we won't go into tonight why I kind of ignore the G5. And then probably Pentium 3 and below. Although maybe some of the early Pentium 4s, but I kind of ignore those because of the RAM bus memory, and that's just ridiculous. Although I guess maybe some of the AMDs that would have been the same era, those I'd probably count. But yeah, once you get too late in Pentium 4, it's kind of too new for me too. I would say these don't often go bad, Michael, but I have so many of these cards with unstable text, it would be silly for me not to try this. Hey, Oh, yeah, Jeremy, oh. Hold, please, while I, find the paper towels and wipe up a spill, because I knocked over my isopropyl alcohol. Probably several minutes ago, and was just now wondering, why in the world does it look like there's liquid on my workbench? I don't see any water leaks. Because the interesting thing is, you would think that I would have smelled isopropyl alcohol after spilling it, but interestingly enough, no. Probably because the Trident video cards, I'd accidentally set some of them on top of my little cup of isopropyl alcohol. But no, it actually only smells like alcohol now that I've actually disturbed it to clean it up. Alright, there we go. Sterile workbench, yay. Yeah, seriously. I would be curious to know how often crystals go bad, but... And I don't know that that's the problem. It's just as possible that maybe these chips, that one of these chips goes bad because they weren't made that great. After all, if you'll remember, MOSTech was... Some of the early MOSTech chips especially are infamously unreliable now because they were made with too much boron in the chip. And what's to say that Trident... Oh, no wonder the crystal's not coming out. I just realized I wicked a empty I wicked an empty component location. What's to say that Trident wasn't also putting too much boron in their chips? Or some other component of the semiconductors, and maybe the text is unstable is an early symptom of what eventually happened to one of these cards that I have, that you have no image. Okay, Jeremy's saying they don't usually go bad. However, it's not unheard of, correct? I mean, any electrical component can fail. I mean, what this may tell me is that the real problem is maybe the 8900 series chips, maybe the problem is the way they were manufactured. And there may not be they may not be repairable once they start to go bad. Which would definitely mean that I'm not going to buy them. Of course, I have a PCI Trident that is, it crashes the machine. Although, that could be RAM. It is quite possible it has a bad RAM chip and it crashed the machine because Windows tried to write to that RAM. But, yeah. Okay, I think Jeremy's telling me that, yes, I mean, they usually don't go bad, but it is not completely unheard of bad crystals. Now, what Jeremy might agree with is, yes, it does seem odd that I managed to buy so many cards that seemingly have symptoms that could be a bad crystal. Okay, this is a 14.31818. And all of those cards are 8900 series cards. So it is quite possible that it's not the crystal. But I'm going to go ahead and try that. Let me just... Oh, that's the weirdest marking. But that is a 14.31818. The other thing is, you'll probably notice that I am not going to clip the leads on this crystal. Because if this doesn't fix the card, I will not remove it on this stream, but I will put this card in my pile. I will make a pile of cards that I will remove the parts from that were unnecessarily added. Unless I go through the spares that I have, then I may have to remove some of them. So, needless to say, the video cards will be in a left, looking at towards the back of the PC, it will be in one of the left slots, because that would most certainly touch the next card over. But I want to be able to recover that should this actually not fix this card. But anyways, no time like the present to go ahead and set up now that I did my little soldering warm-up. After all, if you're going to exercise, they say to warm up to prevent injuries. So, as a little warm-up to make sure my soldering iron and whatnot was working correctly, to make sure that I'm still a klutz like always, because that's how I knocked over the isopropyl alcohol. Because I'm a klutz. Alright. Fold the legs upward from the slot. Oh, now I'm just going to put it in the leftmost slot. Retrotech Chris. I just walked outside and lightning bugs are everywhere. Aw, now I want to go look outside. But actually, if they're everywhere, I might be able to see them from here. But anyways, I got a stream to hold. That is cool. It probably tells me that I should go maybe sit outside tomorrow evening and watch lightning bugs. Yeah, I'm going to fix the problem by also, if anyone wonders what they are not a sponsor, but if anyone wonders what brand of nitrile gloves I use, these are the ones you get at Harbor Freight, because they are actually one of the good things that I buy. I mean, yes, I buy cheap tools that I know I'm only going to use once and or stand a good chance at destroying when I use them. But yes, I also buy my nitrile gloves at Harbor Freight because they're actually quite decent. Surprisingly. Alright, so what did I just pull out of this? I pulled out my Cirrus Logic video card. Yeah, enough said. It's actually a good card. It's actually a, the, 29... No, the, 5828, I think. Alright. This will be a slightly different card arrangement than I had when I did the PicoGus video. Because the next card I'm going to put in is the LNY one, so we can take a look at those jumper settings. Alright, I need to go... Oh, I do want to go grab the PicoGus, though. I am going to... I'm at least going to have it electrically in the system. It's not going to be in the same slot that it was in when I did the PicoGus video, but it will be electrically present. I am not going to hook up a floppy drive. I had to create a boot disk for updating the BIOS on it. Updating the BIOS on a compact motherboard. And yes, Jeremy, if you're wondering what motherboard I was updating the BIOS on, you know exactly which one. Also, as a side note, Jeremy, that actually did not fix the warning you get on boot. I now know what the problem is. And... But yeah, I was able to update the BIOS. And Chris, if you were wondering why I asked you if there were any soft pack archives of compact soft packs online, that was because I was wanting to check them to see if there were any newer ROM versions for that particular compact motherboard that I was trying to see if I could update the firmware and get it to stop giving me a microcode warning on boot. But actually, I had already located the latest BIOS or so that I could say. I have not bought any RAM yet, Jeremy. That was yeah, I haven't gotten any RAM yet. It is on my list. But I was trying to get through May Pro, and of course, now that May Pro is over, hopefully I can refuel my tip jar and then maybe get some... Yeah, basically, Jeremy gave me some... brought some things by on his way to VCF East, and I've been kind of taking a look at them so I can do the episode of Channel Surprise to reveal all of it. But I was at least wanting to get to the bottom of a few things for that episode. But yeah, Jeremy, I think the reason why the microcode warning was happening is it's the revision of CPU that you used. And I believe that is, I think it's a CPU that's actually newer. It's one of the newer, yeah, Jeremy, I think I do want those hard drives. We can, let me see if I think I got the wrong, hold on. I'm just trying to figure out. Okay. First, I got to figure out which capture input, if any, this VGA cable is plugged into. And it does look like I might have... I think I have been fooled. I believe that is the dummy VGA connector that goes nowhere on my workbench, which means that the actual VGA connector that goes somewhere... Uh-oh. Either that, or maybe replacing the crystal... Oh, wait. Okay. Let me walk behind the bench and make sure that's the correct cable. It is quite possible that replacing that crystal did not fix the problem. Oh. Or, no. Or I will find that I actually did have the wrong VGA cable. Apparently, I just found the VGA cable that I probably stopped using in the middle of a live stream when I went and got a better cable. And it is tangled up in other cables going to my workbench, and thus it is still hanging out on my workbench. There we go. Ooh, interesting. This is very interesting. Aha! Oh, the CPUs were there when you got it? Okay. Well, someone, I think, at some point swapped in the CPU that's actually the wrong... because there were like 3 different 1 gigahertz Pentium 3 CPUs. There was the Coppermine, and there was the Tootlin, and then there was something else. Yes, Jeremy just realized I have sync but no video. Just like one of these other cards. And I replaced the crystal. Aha! All right, I am going to, let me look at one thing here. I need to fire up my oscilloscope. Or some people might call it a silly scope. I do want to at least confirm that I actually have a clock signal. I think I might know what the problem is. And it's really not something I would be able to fix. All right. I guess let me at least... Okay. Unfortunately, the way I've got this wired, I don't think I can show you what the oscilloscope sees, but let me try this real quick. Is that the switch I flipped to? Nope. Okay. Okay, I need to build a cable for my little VGA splitter, because there's an input on it that you can actually force which input you want to use. But I got to wire up a switch on a cable that uses the correct DIN connector so that I can have a little, like, override switch that will force it to switch to the oscilloscope even when I have a computer on that I'm trying to troubleshoot. And basically what I'm going to do is I need a ground. And, oh, that's not a good ground because I won't be able to reach. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. So I am going to use my Kai Wheats. Not that. I'm going to use my Kai Wheats alligator clip lead that I cut in half so I could have a there we go. Have a lead to test a transistor with that wouldn't fit in my component tester. And then connect that to ground. And then I'm going to put my oscilloscope on the crystal here. And I'm just going to read the frequency on the oscilloscope screen, if you will give me one moment. And actually, I think I do see a problem here. And that is probably why I don't have an image. This should be a 14. Hold on. I think I just reset the computer or something. Yeah, hold on. Oh, no, it's just, oh, I don't have a sync image when I try to measure that. I think I know what the problem is. I'm a bit more confident of what it is. I might be able to fix it on this card. At least to then test and see if I get an image. But I'm not going to be able to fix it on the other card, which means it's actually going to go in the scrap pile. But I'm trying to find the hook that goes on my oscilloscope probe. Because I'm having trouble holding the probe in place and reading the screen on the oscilloscope. But I took the hook off to do something else where I couldn't hook. And now, of course, well, I don't know where I set the hook. Or what I can do is, I was about to say I can just go find the other oscilloscope probe, but I realized, no, wait, I figured out it wasn't working right. So I have one oscilloscope probe for this oscilloscope. Well, actually, I think I've got some more somewhere, but I don't know where they are. All right. Okay, this is getting really. Okay, basically, what I think I'm seeing on the oscilloscope screen that you can't see, and in fact, I'm having trouble seeing because I can't find the hook so I can hook onto the crystal and then read the screen. Is it doesn't look like I've got 14 point. I don't have the right frequency. So hold on. I am reading a very unstable. That frequency is going everywhere. It's like oscillating between 14.2 and 14.5. Yeah, that's why I don't have a. Okay, I think I know. There, if anyone was wondering if I had this little scope one. Okay, I think I got an idea of what causes the sync but no image. And basically, I think the can of the crystal needs to be grounded. So because the crystal that I removed, it was actually had little solder blobs on the sides of it. I think what I can do is I can take a component lead and just put a little either that or to use this type crystal, I need to install L1 and R12. But let me put a little clipped component lead on to kind of ground the outside of that crystal can and see if that fixes it. If so, then the problem of that sync but no signal card is that the crystal's ground connection has degraded, and I can't really, the way the crystal's on that board, I can't get to it to fix it. It's also possible this card degraded in the past month, and that's why it stopped working. But hold on. I'm just trying to find a component lead or a bag of resistors or some component. I don't mind cutting the lead off. Here we go. Here are some 1K ohm resistors. So here's what I'm going to do here real quick. I'm going to put the component lead through here. Or, well, I'm going to attempt to put the component lead. Oh, there's solder blocking that. Okay, so I'm going to put a component lead through this ground spot for ground. And then I'm going to just tack it to the top of that can. And I'm going to put it back in, and I'm going to see if we have an image. And we'll also see if it's stable. Because the thing is, I did try to find the same type package that these cards used of the bigger crystal can, but Mouser didn't have any in stock, and I was already ordering from them. So I figured for the purposes of this live stream, I'll just use what they had. So give me one moment. Trying to do this without moving the 386, since this will only take a moment or two, because this is on a ground plane. Oh, I probably don't want to do that over the 386 motherboard, because that's potentially going to get solder on it. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I was about to say, I think I can get the ground from somewhere else, but then again, that looks like a different ground. Yeah, okay. There's two different grounds on this card. All right, let me... Actually, I think here's what I'm going to do. Okay. I'm actually just going to remove this new crystal and put the old one back and measure it with the oscilloscope. That'll be easier than trying to get this ground, because I can't get the solder out of that hole. It's on a ground plane. So what will that tell me? Well, what it'll tell me is if the old crystal reads like a good frequency, then that tells me that the crystal probably wasn't bad, and also might tell me that these crystals I bought are going to be the wrong ones for the 14.31818 megahertz. I think that also tells me that if I need to use the sync but no signal card for parts, that it's probably safe to do so, because it's quite possible that the crystal... Well, I've already stolen parts from it, so... Alright. Maybe I should have fired up the oscilloscope and checked the frequency first. Oh, great. I'm having trouble getting the crystal off. Hey, Action Retro! I am doing Totally boring computing, I guess. So, how's your little 386 going? I kind of saw a post that said it grenaded itself. Is that saying what I think it's saying, that it bricked itself? Oh, anyways, yeah, I'm trying to get the crystal that I put on here back off because it appears as if it's the wrong type. Because the thing is, there are like no schematics for these video cards out there. Some of these crystals don't have brand names on them. I just took a guess as to what might work. Oh, it started making horrible noises and not working until I removed the internal speakers. Well, that is one way to stop the horrible noises, is to remove the speakers. Okay, so I just removed the new crystal, which appears to be the wrong type or something. Let me put the old one back, assuming I can find where it went to and all the commotion. Oh, here it is. Okay. So, there we go. Should be easy. It would be easier if I could find my clip lead. Whatever. Alright. Sorry it's off screen. I don't want to move the 386 because I'll be ready to put this in there in no time. There we go. Well, assuming I can actually solder. I just tried to tack the ground and... Oh, that's what, right. I remember. The solder doesn't want to stick to these crystals. You have to use flux to get it to stick. That's right. Okay. Now I think I can solder the ground. Okay, it's not the prettiest, but it's there. All right. Okay, and yeah, the that ground blob, it was there from the factory, so I just restored it with using some flux to convince the solder to actually solder to the side of the can. Okay, now do I have a video image? Also, I will be able to demonstrate what the card was doing if I have a video image. All right, so, and if I have a video image, I will hopefully... No. Well, I think I should have tested this first before I worked on it, because I believe this card has failed. It has new symptoms. It now is sync, but no signal, or no image. All right, well. All right. The rest of these I'm going to test before I work on them to make sure they haven't degraded. But anyways, this card is now sync but no image. And that means I'm going to relegate it to the parts pile, because now I have two of them that are doing the same thing. And not knowing why the one's doing it, I don't know why that one's doing it. So anyways, I've learned my lesson. I will test these cards now to make sure that they're still working before I do any work on them. Yeah, it's dead. All right, well, let's just double check some of these other cards that I think I can fix. Starting with, hey, K-Back. Will, welcome. All right, so let's start with the video card from L&Y Electronics. And I'll actually have to run some benchmarks to see what it's doing. Or I actually try to play some games that are on here. And hopefully I don't find out that I've got the wrong card in here. Well, if I have the wrong card in here and it doesn't have the games on it, then the other compact flash card is actually just sitting behind me. So, all right, let's see if this is the correct card. And while this boots, I'll go get some speakers, because I guess if I'm going to play games on the Pico Gus, then at least we should be able to hear when it crashes too. Plus, Michael would never let me hear the end of it if I didn't plug in speakers, if I'm going to attempt to play games. Because that's the only way to know if I fixed it. Won't play too long. This is not a game playing stream. I'll only play it long enough to know that if it's fixed or not by changing the jumper settings. So, which actually won't take very long, because it was crashing fairly quickly. If you saw that video, you'd probably realize, yeah, it crashed fairly quickly. And in fact, probably I'll just use Jazz Jackrabbit, because it seemed to reliably crash in about the same place. Now I just need to find the speaker connector. Oh, there. Speaker. Oh, please, I lost the cable again. Well, it might be very hard to plug in sound if I've lost the sound cable. Which is weird, because I didn't think I put it very far away. Oh, here it is. I found it. It was right beside me. If it was a snake, it would have bitten me. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, I may have the wrong compact flash card in here, because for some reason I had an A drive error. Or I may just need to disable the A drive. Drive C, A drive error, press F4. Oh. There we go. I know this compact flash card has DOS on it. Or it had DOS on it. Oh, well, that's weird. Oh, there we go. Oh, I could probably turn the screen share on. All right. this is the right one. CD games. So we have, there we go. Oh. Oh, I bumped my camera. Well, that's interesting. The little black pixels are gone. Okay, so we got jail bars, but I think that's going to happen on this card. Oops. Trying to remember what the controls are. Oh, there we go. Alt. Okay, I think this game would have crashed by now. Interesting. Okay, so you're probably wondering what jumpers did I change on this card? And the jumpers I changed actually had to do with the I think this card would have crashed by now. We'll try another game. Because actually I need to look at the card to remember what jumpers I changed. Alright, we'll go back and try some of the other games, at least long enough to see if the card is working. But first, let me reveal what I changed about this card. Oh, that was only my PC's keyboard. Like my my good wireless keyboard for my PC. Well, hopefully I'm still streaming and I didn't accidentally hit the key on the keyboard that stops streaming. Okay, so what did I change on this card? There were actually, I think, 3 jumpers that were wrong. So, first of all, there was this J7 that it was closed on the card. J7 controls 0 wait state. I believe on a 386, the 386 is not fast enough to do 0 wait state. That probably worked on Chris's 233 MMX, because I think it's fast enough it could have used it in 0 wait state. But I think on the 386, that's no good. Second of all, I believe J1 was closed, which J1, if it's closed, the FIFO is... No, J1 was... No, I didn't change J1, never mind. J3. J3 was set to... J3 was closed. With J3 closed, the BIOS is in 8-bit mode. But since I have a 16-bit slot, I opened it so that it would be in auto mode for the BIOS. Because there's no need to limit the BIOS to 8 bits. Now, I don't think that was probably the cause, but certainly didn't help. And then... Actually, maybe it's just those 2. I did double check, though, these settings here, 16-bit ISA. J4 was open. I think J4 was open. J4 is that one here. J6 all open and J5 closed. Anyways, I think it was just the two. The one that I think did it, though, was wait states. And in fact, I'm actually willing to close this jumper here, put the card back in 0 wait state mode. Even with the BIOS still in 16-bit mode. Jumper that for 0 wait states. And I think I'll be able to get Jazz Jackrabbit to crash very quickly. I think 0 wait states works fine in like DOS text mode, since the computer's not trying to do much with the card. I think it works. I think I even I don't remember what happened with benchmarks, but yeah, I should probably disable the floppy drive in the BIOS, but whatever. But I think once the Jazz Jackrabbit or any of the other games starts to run in 0 wait states, I think it just does too much for the card to keep up with it, and it locked the system up. I should probably, I don't know. I don't know why there's that long pause, but here's my theory. Yeah, it might actually be working, Jeremy. I think the whole problem might have been jumper settings. I mean, maybe I should recap the card, because the caps are kind of old, but there we go. Remember in the video I pointed out why are there black pixels? See the Z and Jazz had that black pixel there? Oh, now let me guess. It's gonna... Locked up! I told you. There we go. That's 0 wait states. And the game has locked up. And it's locked up hard. Now, to show that it was just that setting, I will now jumper it for 1 wait. I think it's 1 wait state. I will, though, close J3, put the card back in the 8-bit BIOS mode. If I can remember which one J3 is. There it is. And I think the game will run fine, albeit much slower if it has to go to the ROM. Although I think I have the... Oh, wait a minute. That doesn't matter. I think I have the video ROM shadowed on this computer. Actually, I'll go into the BIOS. Because actually, if I had the video ROM shadowed, it doesn't matter. It would, the BIOS would have read it out in 8-bit mode, but then any time the system needed to use it, it would have been read 32 bits, because it had been shadowed in RAM. So, so I don't keep getting frustrated by that. Let me turn the floppy drive off. I think that's in advanced chipset, and... Oh, maybe I don't have the video RAM shadowed after all. Never mind. I'm shadowing C0 and C4. Oh, apparently I'm not shadowing video RAM. Never mind. Yeah, I think this Trident card's working. I'm not... Let me see if I can do something to maybe poke the bear, so to speak. I don't remember what drivers I have installed on Windows. Actually, I think they're just the VGA drivers. I don't have much of anything on this Windows. Yeah, that looks fine. Some of these cards, the moment you run Windows, there's like horizontal lines in the video image. Yes, I modified my DOS bench. I added an extra command in it. I'm curious to see Just see if it sees all the video RAM. There we go. It sees all the RAM on the card. Yeah, okay. I mean, I suspect this card's working, and if I run a benchmark, for example... Yep, we got the jail bars, but if you'll go watch the video that I did on this card while I was at Chris's house, we demonstrated that the jail bars don't show up if you're using a VGA monitor. I think it's just some... My theory is that some interaction between the way the RAM DAC works on this particular series of Trident cards and how the the analog to discrete or analog to digital converters work in modern LCD monitors and capture cards. Oh, good night, Ryan. Oh, yeah, it looks like the card's working, and I bet if I go back to DOS and launch Jazz Jackrabbit. And yes, in my video, I think I said woohoo, like I thought Jazz Jackrabbit said, but I think he does say yee-hoo. So, yeah, oops. Yep, see that graphical glitch was gone. We can start a new game. And I think we'll actually get into the game and be able to play it for a few seconds here. Because actually, it was always crashing before I got to the game level, I believe. See, here we go. Yeah. There we go. Yep, alright. So I think we actually have a working Trident card. Now, Jeremy. This card isn't going in a 286. This card is going in my Emerson Elite 386. Because I think it will be totally fine with its budget-friendly performance. So, Chris, if you're still out there, I think this card works after all. Now just watch, it'll make a fool out of me. Which is good, because I actually bought one of those Paradise video cards for my Emerson Elite 386. Because some people said, oh yeah, those cards are good. Well, I was disappointed by their performance. Like, really disappointed. Okay, so let's see here. Looks like I don't have to reflow that card after all. Yeah, it was jumper settings all along. Alright, let's go to the... So now that at least I fixed one card... Actually... Oops. Well, when I spilled the isopropyl alcohol, I lost the notes on one of these cards, so... Oh well. Okay, well, we'll go to them. Actually, I figured, let's test some of these unknowns here real quick, since I'm kind of in test mode. Alright, so this is the card that was in my PC from VCF East. I replaced the video connector on it with one I got from Mauser. It was like $4.60. That's all I've done to this card. And let's see what it does. But the thing is, though, it's the 9000i card, so you probably can figure that it probably just works. Because I've the 9000s. Sloopy, it was, first of all, hey Sloopy. Second of all, it was isopropyl alcohol, so it was quite slightly less, but yeah, I set the stack of cards down too close to my little... I pour a small amount of isopropyl into a cup so that I can use that instead of trying to serve it out from the big bottle. But the fact that I knocked it over probably tells you exactly why I do that, and so if I do knock it over, which I will eventually, given enough time, it's so I only spill a small amount. All right, let's So I'm going to run a DOS bench, and I'm going to wiggle the video cable. Hey, Rudy! And so I'm wiggling the video cable, and if you notice, no more shifting to yellow. So I think that fixed it. I think it was the video cable. Also, if you're looking at the video, the jail bars, I see minor jail bars on this card. So definitely not as bad on digital capture as the 8900 series. But yeah, this card, I think this card works. Because actually, I think when I was doing on the VCF East pickups live stream, I think I did run this card through its paces, and other than it seemed to be shifting to yellow if you wiggled the cable, I think otherwise it was working. So I'll run a few things here to test it, but I think this card works. Also, PC Player Benchmark doesn't run that great on a 386. So I will probably, as much as I would put this card in the ultimate computer that came from VCF East, I'm actually just going to hold on to this card for diagnostics, since the 9000 cards are useful for that. But yeah, let's see here. This hardware info. Now, if you download DOSBench off Phil's Computer Lab website, it does not have hardware info. I installed that separately, and I just put it in the menu to make it easy to launch. Because this program will actually spit out information about the video card. It can even tell you how much memory's on it. So, yep, 512 kbytes of VRAM or DRAM. And can't test the RAM. But can at least run check it on the card. Check it will test some of the, we'll just test the video RAM. Although check it only tests like the first 256K. Because it's just basically testing what's required by VGA. So onboard memory's fine. All right, that's all I wanted to do there. And then since Jazz Jackrabbit seems to be a decent video card test, who figured? Maybe this is my 16-bit dance. Oh. Well, at least this... Oh, okay. On my monitor, this card's not cutting off the screen. My scaler's wacky, but I had to go back and double-check that. I think this card's totally fine for playing a little bit of Jazz Jackrabbit. Yes, don't jump into things. Got it. Oh well, that's fine. That's all I wanted to do. It would have crashed by now, so this card I think's totally fine. And then for the ultimate test, launching Windows can also tell a lot. I should probably install the Trident card drivers on one of these CF cards. I'll make a copy of one of these cards and put Trident drivers on it so I can have the native drivers for testing. Anyways, yeah, this looks crystal clear. This card. So, yes, this card is repaired. And it just needed a VGA connector. But, unfortunately, though, this is a 9000 I series card, so it's like... So, alright, so that card, I guess if anyone's wondering, that card I'm just keeping for, I'm going to set it aside. It will be one of my diagnostic cards, along with my 8-bit one. Now, so now we're back to the 8900 series, which seems to be the problematic ones. So, this is the other untested one. Okay, I will confess, it's not completely untested, but I only tested it long enough to see that it actually posted. And I was trying not to look too closely as to what it did, only because I had to confirm that it was at least described by the seller, because McCurry only gives you like a couple days to confirm an order before they just do it for you. So I don't really remember what it did. All I know is that I did see the Trident banner, and that was good enough for me to accept the order. So, okay, that is my confession. I did at least make sure it gave the banner, but I minimally tested it only to make sure that the seller didn't send me complete garbage. And that was it. And I was trying to not look closely to see what was happening, because I just wanted to make sure that I saw the banner. That was it. Because I had to tell Mercuri, yes, it's as described. I was willing to take the risk beyond that. So yeah, full disclosure, yes. So anyways, this is the official test. We will go further than the banner. And let's see what happens. And there we go. We got the banner. And we got the BIOS screen. And it looks okay so far. And while this boots, let me see if I can give another attempt to find the hook, or the part that goes on my oscilloscope probe. Because if this card is working, I'd like to maybe put the hook back on it and measure the crystal frequency to see if maybe there's signs of degradation. I'm sure I can make a Star Trek The Next Generation episode reference there. Cellular degradation. They're always talking about that in sickbay. I don't know where my hook went. Okay, I do see something that's kind of worrisome. I suspect the YouTube compression may be mangling with it, but I did notice a little bit of waviness in the black background. Yeah, the black background looks wavy. Alright, let's, Alright, should we run Windows first? Should we run, maybe a benchmark? Jazz Jackrabbit? Let's do Jazz Jackrabbit. Uh-oh. I just saw something. If you pause and go frame by frame, you might have, I saw a graphical glitch. Oh, I see more graphical glitches. I see waviness. Look at the Jazz Jackrabbit logo, although YouTube may be mangling it. Yeah. It looked stable when I first powered it up, but this is doing what some of these other cards did, and it, like, starts, the image starts waving. Or wiggling, or... Yeah, this is, probably not the point of crashing Jazz Jackrabbit, but... Oh well. Okay. Okay, so it's not Jazz Jackrabbit crashing bad, but... Ooh. Look at the background now. That looks... I guess this card is warming up. It's, Yeah, Alright, I bet if I run Windows now that I've let the card warm up a moment or two. Oh, yeah. See how the screen is starting to shake horizontally? You don't see any instability on the stream? It could be hard to see. Okay, I'm looking... So, I changed my setup at some point a month or two ago. I have... for VGA cards, I actually have an NEC multi-sync LCD panel to my right, and I have a VGA splitter. So I can actually see, the output from the card. That granted, yes, it's going through the splitter, but it's a decent quality splitter. So I can see it pre A to D mangling YouTube compression. Ah, okay, you see it now in the gray background. Yeah, I was about to, I was about to do this in OBS to, if I can find the right, whoops, if I can find the, correct thing to, change the size of here. Oh, that's the wrong one. Is that it? Oh, that's not it. Hold on. Yeah, if you look here on the YouTube screen, or I'm trying to actually do this. To make it maybe a bit more obvious. Yeah, okay, so this is, I guess, texture enlarged to exaggerate what it's doing, but now if you kind of look, it's still kind of hard to tell, but you see how the gray background is waving? I'm hoping I've made it big enough that YouTube's compression's not mangling it. But yeah, so... Anyways, yeah, there's, yeah, let's, I think I've got some caps. So let's, yeah, let's try caps. Those are pretty easy to try. And I'll actually move the, I'll move the 3D6 out of the way for it. Yeah, it's not supposed to do that. The signal is going, flubba, 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 flubba. Yeah. Yeah, the signal. What's the thing that all the cool people are doing these days? The gritty, the gritty. Yeah, the signal's doing the opposite of the gritty. I think it's doing the gritty. The thing that no one wants it to do. Or is it gwitty? I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. I've seen like 14 different spellings of it and 14 different pronunciations and like 14 different styles of the same dance. Internet, please make up your mind. Thank you. But I guess overall that dance has like the same basic feel to it. All right, let's recap, shall we? Oh, you know, it would probably help if I didn't if I pulled the video card out of the motherboard instead of setting at the side and then staring at the workbench like, okay, where's my card? All right. Let's see here. This card has 0 electrolytics on it. Okay, we're not going to recap this card. Yeah, okay. There's 0 electrolytics on it. So, I mean, there are 2 surface mount tantalums. I mean, assuming they're actually tantalums, they do look like tantalums. Let me see if how much I can zoom in. Just in case, like, Joe or someone that recaps boards notices something I don't. I mean, so that looks like a tantalum. And that looks like a tantalum. And I'm inclined to think that those are probably okay. But then there's 3 of these here that look like tantalums. And in fact, actually, I think that one is... Since that is polarized and marked on the positive side, that is probably a tantalum. And then there's 2 more of those here. And they are also polarized, because I see the marking on that one. And while I don't see the marking on the other one, it looks the same, so I suspect I'm just not holding the card at the right angle. Yeah, I think it is marked, though. Yeah, it's marked. I think those are all tantalums, because they actually have polarity markings. If there weren't polarity markings, I might think they were ceramics. Yeah. This card might be regulated to bench testing only, because there's not really much I can do. Except... Oh, now here's a thought. Okay, remember how I was saying some of these cards have the crystal soldered to ground or like a little ground strap? Let me see if I can find one that has the ground strap on it. Not that one. It's not that one. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Like this card here has... If I can find the... There we go. See how this crystal has some soldering it to the ground plane? Or... Oh, here we go. I think the LNY Electronics card had the other thing I was... Or this card here has a little ground strap, and again, they put some solder on it. Okay, Joe thinks it's a power issue. Haha! I was just waiting for someone to ask. It's probably not, Joe, because in preparation for this live stream, I recapped my 386 motherboard. Because if you'll remember, which I don't expect you to remember because it was quite obscure. This motherboard had those gold-colored capacitors that were like in gold foil packaging, probably to make them look expensive. But I know they were cheap as dirt capacitors. Well, I replaced all the capacitors on this 386 motherboard with some good Panasonic brand caps. So this 386 motherboard, although maybe these caps aren't they were all the same value, but I replaced them with some good brand new caps. So I don't think it's the motherboard. I would be inclined to think that maybe is it my power supply, but not all the cards are showing that. Anything else in the machine? Actually, Joe, this is pretty much it. There's the compact flash card. I do plug that in. I got the Pico Gus, and I had the video card in. I have no other drives attached. I was keeping it as simple as possible, and the only reason I plugged in the Pico Gus is because I knew Michael would probably put something in the chat like games with no sound, frowny face. So I put the Pico Gus in. The power supply could maybe need recapped, but there are other video cards that I've tested tonight that are not showing that problem. Is it possible that this card just maybe didn't have enough capacitance on it? Remove the Pico Gus. Okay, that's fair. All right. Well, that is something I can try because I can't recap the card. Try a different power supply. I wish I had another power supply to use. I'm low on ATX power supplies at the moment. The only spare one I had is not spare at the moment because it's actually in my my Pentium 3 system. Okay, we'll pull the Pico Gus. Unfortunately, I hit the card with cold spray. Sure. I'll try hitting the card with... Well, I don't have official cold spray, but I can make some simulated cold spray. I do have some canned air that I can just invert the can and spray the GPU. Okay, we'll do... The other ironic thing is I have some AT power supplies, but they all need recapped. Alright, let's okay, let's see what happens without the Pico Gus. All right. Well, we can spray chips for as long as I have canned air, because I'm running low of it. Actually, and I think I'll just run Windows. All right. Now I already see the problem. So, are my power cables plugged in the correct way? Yes. Yes, they are plugged in the right way. You would have seen smoke the moment I turned it on. It wouldn't have posted. Oh, duh. sorry, forgot to change the input. Okay, I already see the problem with the video display, so I'm going to spray the GPU. And that seemingly made it worse. And now I have, and I also sprayed one of the 74 series logic. I think the problem's worse now that I cold sprayed it. I think it's the 8900C chip. There was the RAM DAC. Oh, it's worse now that I sprayed the RAM DAC. Of course, granted, I think I hit other components too, but... Oh, you know, I should probably do this. And the input's actually yeah, worse on the RAM DAC. Yeah, it got worse on the RAM DAC. And I think it got worse when I sprayed the GPU too. I think it might be both of them. All right, I'm kind of waiting for it to maybe warm up and see if it gets better. But it's hard to see, Jeremy. I would I think this is a job for da 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 Droid Cam. But you'll have to hold on a moment because I don't have the Droid Cam plugin installed, so instead I gotta bring it up in a web browser and share the screen. Okay, let me see if let's see. 10. Let's see. 10.0.1. There we go. And oh, hold on. The IP address on my iPhone changed. Would help if I actually use the correct IP address. There we go. All right. Focus. Focus. Come on, focus. There we go. Okay, it'll be somewhat slightly hard to see. But this is what I'm seeing on my multi-sync monitor, so... And I bet the YouTube compression is ruining that too. There. Okay, maybe you can just see the screen at the side of the window there. So that's what I'm seeing. Spray the GPU from the backside. Okay. I can do that. All right, it's right there. Oh, bye-bye, label. I don't know, it's kind of just as bad almost. Yeah, I'm wondering if this card is maybe more susceptible to power delivery quality or something. But yeah, I honestly, it seems like the card's getting worse even as it's on, even when I'm not spraying it with cold spray. So I think I've got nothing to lose here because I think this card is yet another casualty of time. I'm going to try grounding that crystal, and Joe can tell me I told you so when it doesn't work. If it does work, I don't care what he says. Joe can say, yep, the 1 out of a million time where it actually worked. Because, yeah, it probably won't work. I will admit right now, this is probably a last-ditch effort. I'm really not expecting it to work. Although, I have fixed things before by doing this, but never a video card. And also, it does help to actually get the solder on the little pin. Do it on both sides to make sure it's grounded, because I mean, I might try replacing the crystal, but no, it probably won't fix it. I'm thinking this card is just a goner. Oh, you know, there is one thing I just thought of that I didn't try. I could try spraying the crystal with cold. That's a thought. I mean, that probably won't fix it, but... Okay, I am curious, though, if that actually did ground that case. I just need to find something that I can definitely can tell for sure is a ground pin. No, actually, I don't think it did. It probably did absolutely nothing. Here we go. That's a ground. Oh. Hold on. Let's see here. Is that ground? No, that's not ground. That's ground, though. No, that's not ground. Okay, I don't know. Probably didn't do anything. I can't tell if it's grounded or what it's connected to. All right, we'll see you later, Jeremy. As for now, I'm going to put this card back in. It's probably not fixed. if anything, it's probably worse now, but whatever. Well, at least it still generates an image. Oh. Oh, it would probably help. Yeah, that's just as bad, if not worse. Yeah, it's hard to see even that way. Okay, so I'm gonna try one more thing, and otherwise I'm just gonna call this card a goner. I won't admit how much I paid for it because I've forgotten. Alright, so I just chilled the crystal. And, to nobody's surprise, probably, it didn't do a thing. Oh, it's hard to see. It's hard to see. I can't really. It's hard to show. YouTube compression's probably mangling it, but yeah, this card is. Something's wrong with it, and I don't think there's any. I think it's probably the same thing that's wrong with the other ones. Probably something degrading on it. I think it's dying. Yeah, there's really nothing I can recap on it. I don't think it's. Yeah, I'm not sure replacing the crystal is going to do anything. Really I mean, the only other thing. Let me see if there's any other logic chips on this that. I mean, it could be the RAM DAC. I don't. I don't have one of these RAM DACs. I think a bunch of the other ones have Trident brand RAM DACs. It's probably not the RAM DAC though, because that's a Samsung one, and I think I've got other cards with Samsung RAM DACs that are fine. I'm wondering if it's the 8900C chips. I don't think it's going to be the 74LS logic. I think these are just like latches for the dressing and buffers. That's not it. I mean, maybe was this card created with insufficient power filtering? Maybe. But I mean, I could spend hours just trying different size capacitors, and that may not lead to anything. I mean, the only thing I could think of, and I guess I'll try it on one of these cards because I am curious. So we tried replacing the crystal on one of the 14.31818 cards, and that didn't do anything. So this one actually has a 40 megahertz crystal. I don't think it's going to do anything either. But I just want to try it. I really don't expect this is going to fix it, but I'm going to try it because it's a different crystal. Who knows? I mean, maybe there's I don't know what brand that is. So I'm going to try it on one card. This is going to be the card. I can, there we go. It's this pen here. I'm just going to solder braid. Claris is not feeling up to the usual solder remover standards. One of the All right. I really don't expect this will fix it, but I'm going to try it because I bought crystals and all right. Of course, the thing is, I got one more ISA card after this one, or two more after this one. Although, quite honestly, I think at least one of them has the same symptoms, so I'm suspecting it's dying too. Which probably will mean probably the one conclusion of this live stream at least might be the recommendation to avoid the 8900 series of Trident cards, because something's up with them. Either that or I just managed to have bought, like, all the defective ones. Alright. Here we go. 40 megahertz crystal. Although, due to the placement of the capacitor there, I am going to have to, like... there we go. Bend it over slightly to make sure it doesn't short the capacitor. There we go. One attempted fix that is probably not going to fix it, but I wanted to try it, and I'm going to try it on this card. If it doesn't work on this card, I won't bother trying it on the other cards. Except maybe the one that's a Hooray brand. I might try replacing the Hooray brand crystal. Only because I've never heard of it before. Okay. New crystal on. I don't expect that's going to fix it. I suspect that there's either the actual GPU chips dying, or something, or this card just never had really good power delivery on it. Again, I didn't clip the leads because if this doesn't fix it, I'll probably remove that brand new crystal and put it to good use. Maybe if I build another ISA Super VGA, because that 40 megahertz one is actually the same one that the ISA Super VGA uses, which is why I actually bought that one and not like one of the other ones that Mauser said was also 40 megahertz, is because I thought, well, at least if it doesn't fix these Trident cards, I can use it to build an 8-bit one that actually works. And well, I am already seeing instability, so not the crystal. Let's launch Windows. It's possible it might be a little better because the card had it. There, it's still there. Okay, not the crystal. All right, replacing the crystal did not cause no image, but it didn't fix the card, so... All right. So, if you got one of these Trident 8900 cards, it's got an unstable image. Is replacing the crystal going to fix it? Survey is leaning towards no. And in fact, given the fact I've tried swapping RAM DACs on other cards, I don't think that's a fix either. So, well, this card is the latest card in the parts pile. The thing is, I won't throw them away. They'll just go in my parts pile, and I'll steal RAM chips off of them as necessary. Okay, unfortunately, this one I managed to get isopropyl alcohol on the label, so I can't read what it's doing, so we'll plug it in real quick and test it. This is another 8900D-R chip. I think the label says it has bad video quality. Yep. Of course, the thing is, I see jail bars. Since I tested this card, I did figure out that the jail bars are not necessarily the card going bad. But let's launch Windows. It is quite possible the jail bars is the bad video quality thing that oh. Nope, I see exactly why I said bad video quality. Okay, this one's a little different. This one may be harder to see in the... So there's this card, I guess, if anyone's wondering. So... Alright, if I can get my phone to focus. Do you see the halo around everything? Oh, it's going to be hard to see, I think. Oh, and I see the shimmering in the background. Ignore those two dots. That's actually something on my LCD panel. Yep. I think this one's yeah, I think this one's actually probably probably the same cause. Unfortunately, it also has predominantly tantalums and ceramics, so nothing I can really recap. So yeah, I think that I might as well just put this one in the bad cards pile because I mean, I guess at least maybe I can steal a VGA connector off of it. But yeah, okay. I don't think there's really anything to bother doing on this one, given what I've seen. Because, yeah. So here's this card. That's, I believe, a tantalum. Because it's got the stripe on the positive. There's a tantalum. I think these others are ceramics. I don't see any electrolytics. I mean, I could try replacing the crystal, but that's not fixed any of these. I think it's something up with the 8900 series cards. So, yeah. So, I think actually of that lot of broken Trident cards that I bought on eBay, I think the total number of cards rescued from that lot is 0. They were all unsalvageable. Wah, wah, wah. All right, so this is the last 8900 series card. This is actually the last ISA card. This is the one I bought from Canada. That was made in Canada. Oh, Canada. And I don't have any notes on the bag, but I do remember it has a megabyte. I don't remember what it did, but it was also not behaving properly from what I remember. Okay. Guess we'll start Windows. Well, so far the image actually looks pretty good. Nope. Nope, I see it. The gray background is shimmering. Now, what's interesting about this card is it actually does have two crystals on it. Or, well, it has a crystal and it has an oscillator. So, I guess... But yeah, Alright, I don't know how well this is going to show up. But anyway, so this is the card. Okay. Never mind the dark spots on my monitor. They're on the monitor. There we go. I suspect YouTube's probably mangling it. Maybe if I turn this light off, maybe my camera will better. It's... good night, Joe. I have no idea if that's showing up or not. Probably not. Okay, that's probably not showing up. All right, let me try one other thing that maybe it will show up better if I just blow up the screen in the capture. Ad is not showing up well on YouTube, but it is. Definitely doesn't look that great on my screen. Now, the thing is, this one doesn't seem to be as bad as the other cards. And maybe this one I might actually be willing to use like this. Because I could probably get away with using it and you might not notice. I'm going to leave it powered up for a few minutes and see if it warms up, if it gets any better or worse. But the one thing I can do with this one, though, is I got the manual, and I know how manuals aren't the greatest thing, but I can at least double check the dip switch settings to make sure it's not set to some funky mode. I could also just double check the frequencies real quick coming from the crystal and the oscillator, but they're probably correct. So anyways, so this was actually one reason I got this card. It had the manual, it had the discs, it had everything with it. It had the box. And it was made in Canada, which is something you don't see often on vintage equipment. Okay, so I don't think that... So let me double check switch 3. So switch 3 should probably be off. Switch 3 is... off. Oh, wait, that's not switch 3, that is position 3. Switch 1, position 3. Switch 2. Hold on, I'm trying to find... Oh, the third switch... Oh, and it's on the back of the card. I can't see it. 1, 2... You know, actually, this would be a use for Droid Cam. If I can get it to focus. Alright, so it's down, down, up, down, down, up. The thing is, I don't know which is off and which is on. I may have to shut the computer down and actually look at the card. Because I'm having... Oh. A second. Change how I'm holding this. Maybe focus. Or maybe focus. Or maybe actually... Trying to find the legend on the card. Whoops. There we go. If anyone was wondering if it's me, it is. Okay, I'm about to pull the card out because I can't see the legend. Okay. All right. Well, we'll double check the jumper settings with the card out. How's that? Well, you know, the video quality didn't get worse on this card, so maybe this card is still okay. Also, the other thing about this card is this is actually an 8900C card. Whereas all the other cards that I have in the discard pile, I think are 8900Ds and DRs. So, let's double check the switch settings. So, the marking I was trying to see... I still can't see on the card. Because the jumpers... This dip switch was dirty. Okay, I think I may have to actually read the manual because it probably says which is up and which is down. Okay. On. Okay. Alright. Well, I definitely have this switch setting correct because it's on VGA mode. So I think this is on, off, on, off. So 1 and 2 are VGA mode. On is VGA mode. Because, yeah, I think the... Oh, yeah. Because there's no TTL connector on the card. So I'm pretty sure if I had the wrong setting set, I wouldn't be seeing VGA on the screen. Okay, switch 3, if it's off, that'll let it do non-interlaced. But I don't think for the resolution I have it set to, that would really be affecting it. Okay, 5 is on. That is the slow address decode. Which I think on the 386 is probably correct. Maybe. Alright. Switch 6. No, switch 4 is not used. Switch 6 is off, which is 16-bit data path. Okay. Jumper 1 is IRQ. IRQ control. So off is disabled. That's default. Okay. Jumper 2. Jumper 2 is up here. So it's on 2 and 3. And that is bus size detection auto detect. Okay, I believe that's correct. All right. So jumper 3 is not going to have any bearing on a video quality issue, but it's the DRAM configuration and 8 chips. So jumper 3 is 2 and 3, 5 and 6. So that is correct for 8 DRAM. Switch 2 is on, and I believe that is all on. Switch 3 is off. Yep, off. Oh yeah, U1 to U8. Okay. All right. And JP4 is enhanced timing mode. And JP4 is off, which is standard timing. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else. Installing it. Installing drivers. Advanced topics. I don't see the section of using card in 2023 when you think there's a problem with parts on it. Nope. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna give this one more run. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm gonna go ahead and plug it in. And I'll go ahead and let it boot. In the meantime, I need to go grab a computer with PCI slots because the next cards in the stack are some PCI Trident cards. But I figure I can at least make sure that if I let Windows run, which theoretically will exercise the card a little. I'm actually wondering if the video signal from this card is actually totally fine, and I'm just like being totally picky about the, actually, there is one thing I could try here. And I can't really show you because I'm actually noticing in OBS, the card doesn't look as bad as on my monitor. Maybe the whole problem on my end is I need to auto adjust the monitor. No, actually that looks worse now. Huh. Now I'm seeing ghosting. Of course, that is possible the card's getting worse. Alright, so tell you what I'm going to do. For whoever might be watching, I can't see how many I have watching. Alright, I am going to go run upstairs to grab the Pentium 3 machine because, or wait, is that actually a good one to test on? Actually, it's totally fine to test on. I just need to not use the, I need to use this compact flash card that doesn't have Windows 98 on it, because otherwise I just want to see what the cards are doing before I try to shock Windows 98 with it. So let me go grab that computer, bring it on the bench, and we'll take a look at what the two PCI cards are doing that I have. But I'm going to let Windows run on this card just to let it warm up a little bit more to see if the video quality gets any worse. Because while I'm seeing a little ghosting after I auto-adjusted the image, quite honestly, I'm wondering if it's just the way this card is. Because I'm not sure it's getting any worse. And this is going to be an older card, and maybe it's just not as clear on the video image as newer cards. The important thing is maybe it's just not getting worse. And I might be just being really picky about the image quality. But let's see. It won't take me that long to go grab the PC. It's fairly close. I think I even took the side panel off for some silly reason. So, hey, it won't take me long to open it up. And we'll give the two PCI cards a go. I will go to be right back while I'm away. Actually, no. I'll just mute my mic. So that way, you can watch Windows and see if it goes crazy. I'll just mute my mic. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I have the Pentium 3 computer. I grabbed it because I need PCI slots. And doesn't look like this card got any worse. So I'm going to say, to anyone that still might be out there watching, or anyone watching the replay, that this video card is probably actually okay. And because it's an older card, it just doesn't have as good of a video quality as a newer card. Because the problem didn't get worse. Now, might this card get worse in the future? Sure, possibly. Maybe the problem's just with the 8900Ds. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Trident rushed them to market. Maybe whoever was making those cards for Trident had manufacturing problems. I don't know. But maybe that card's actually totally fine. So I think my recommendation, at least for now, is you might want to stay away from the 8900D series because I have bought too many of them that actually don't work. And also, you should probably just avoid the Trident AGP cards because you're not going to have any 3D performance with them. In fact, from what I remember, they were almost like 3D decelerators. As in, if you could, you would want to decelerate it out of a lower orbit through the Earth's atmosphere to burn up and not cause you any more troubles of slow graphics performance. Now, I think this might actually be the first time where I've kind of officially revealed my Pentium 3 system on stream. Although, actually, it's a Pentium 3 right now, but I'm going to take it back to a Pentium 2. Only because I don't have the proper retention mechanism for a Pentium 3 processor in the system. So every time I move it, I have to make sure the processor's seated. Now, I've had this computer on stream before, but just not in a case. So, let me... Hey, Sad Mac 356. Okay, you're still here, yay. Because, actually, let me pull out Droid Cam. Because I've not shown this computer in its case. Because I had to quickly put it together last week so I could take it to work and a coworker could read a zip disk. Anyways. And Jack 16K. Alright, still got some people here. Alright. So this is it's actually my Pentium 2 system, but I got a Pentium 3 in it right now. So anyways. This is the front of the case. It's this, actually a Pentium 4 era ATX case, so it's like really cheaply made. I do have my lovely Geekenspiel ProTech case badge on it. And I picked that one of the few that I have because it has the blue power and reset buttons. And that kind of looked like a better match than some of the other ones I had. Yeah, I like the badge too. So I have a new old stock Sony floppy drive that I'd actually bought off Mercari. It had the 3 interchangeable faceplates with it. But obviously I've got the beige one on it now. I've got a Zip 100 drive. This is actually the Zip 100 drive I bought while thrifting coming back from VCF East. It works great. The floppy drive that I bought at the same time, can't say that works. This floppy drive, of course, worked. I mean, it was new old stock. I don't think it had ever been used. and it works great. I've got a DVD ROM drive that Retrotech Chris sent me, so I can play DVDs and CD games. It's not a burner, but it's a reader. All right, we'll take a look at the inside of the case. Instead of using what I thought might be an unreliable, cheapo power supply that came with it, I actually have one of my good it's an 80 plus gold power supply. Totally overkill, but at least it had the separate 20 and 4-pin connector so I could actually plug it in, because there's not enough clearance to plug a 24-pin connector in if you can't separate them. So I kind of had to use this supply, because I actually have another power supply that you can't separate the connectors, but this one you can. Oh, hey Dave. All right, there's the Pentium 3 processor, and the reason I don't have a retention bracket in is because I don't have one that'll actually fit, that the processor actually engaged to. So I'm going to actually put the Pentium 2 back in it at some point. Anyways, yeah, just only have 256 megabytes of RAM. That's a Pentium 3 500. It's the fastest processor this board will support. Right now I have a GeForce 2... I think that's the GeForce 2 GS or something like that. It's actually not a great card. I'm going to put my GeForce 4MX back in it, which is basically a GeForce 4MX is basically this GeForce 2, whatever it is, plus like an extra feature that will help the card. And then there's my PCI sound card. And then right now I have it's like a 60 gigabyte Maxtor hard drive that I pulled out of a iMac in it. But for this test, I'm going to pull the hard drive out of circuit and use the compact flash card. So I just want to run DOS. And then on the back of the case, the reason I used this case is because it had the original factory backplate in it that's soldered in, but it's the exact fit for the motherboard. So that's why I decided this was the case for this motherboard. But otherwise, yep, I've only popped the cutouts for the sound card and the video card. So actually for these tests, I am going to... Actually, yeah, I'm going to probably pop the sound card out so I can leave the other panels in. GS game system. Anyways, so that's actually my Pentium... Well, what's actually my Pentium 2 system, but it's got a Pentium 3 in it right now. And the only reason the Pentium 3's in it still is because I was putting this together quickly and I didn't want to go bother finding the Pentium 2 processor that I would put in here and where I put the retention brackets. Yeah, it's also a questionable video card. It's really... If it says anything, when I first put this video card in it and left the computer on long enough to run the screensaver, I realized I had the maze screensaver turned on, and apparently this video card on the maze screensaver, it only draws like the top third of the screen, which is really weird. It is quite possible there is something wrong with this card. But anyways, I'm going to put after the stream, I'm going to put the GeForce 4MX back in it. Well, actually, I'll put this back in it so I can uninstall the drivers, then I'll put the GeForce 4MX back in it. Because at least that card isn't as quirky as this one. Okay, so there's that. Unfortunately, I don't think I can zoom out far enough to really show what I'm doing. Okay, I'm going to unplug the sound card because I'm going to use that PCI slot so that I don't have to pop out any more of the rear panels than I have to. All right. Also, I am going to unplug the hard drive and put this compact flash card in. This is the compact flash card I had in the 386. It should work fine because it's just DOS. It'll just run DOS really quickly. Alright, so this should just plug directly in. Well, as soon as I can figure out what way it plugs in. There we go. I had the other way, Justin, moment. All right, I do need to put this, because this power supply has 0 Berg power connectors. And then I had a floppy drive in here partially because if my attempt to plug in a USB flash drive failed, then at least my coworker could copy files onto a floppy disk from that zip disk. Fortunately, the drivers I installed in the thumb drive worked. So, okay. So the Pentium 3 is in the socket. I did push it in. It had actually backed out a little bit, bringing this home and then downstairs. Compact flash cards in. We should be good to go. Oh, okay. I do have the PS2 keyboard down here. I have a PS2 mouse down here. So we should be good. All right. So let me find the PCI cards. So first things first, let's try the first card I bought on eBay. So this is a Trident TGUI 9440. I believe it has 1 megabyte of RAM on it with the option to add a second. It is otherwise... Oh, well, the sticker on the back says it was USA made. Interesting, a lot of these Trident cards were USA made. Okay, card's in. I'm not going to bother screwing it in, because that usually isn't the problem. All right, stand the case upright. Let me plug in video. Power. Keyboard. Oh. Okay, I said I had a PS2 mouse, but actually I'm not going to bother plugging it in because I don't have mouse drivers installed on this computer, or on this compact flash card. I think the keyboard plugs in the bottom one. The only thing is this panel, it's not marked which one's the keyboard. Okay. So, I don't remember if I've done anything with this card or not. I don't remember if I minimally tested it to make sure the eBay seller didn't send me garbage or what. But anyways, all right. There we go. All right. And I don't see a video signal. All right, well, let's try that again. I do have the right cable plugged in. There we go. Okay. Not sure what I did the first time. Let me go into the BIOS, though, real quick, and... I want to... Let's see here. These are all auto. Let me turn off the floppy drive. And... Actually, that should be good. Because I had to unplug the floppy drive to use the computer. All right. Unfortunately, this tower is blocking my view of my monitor somewhat. So far, so good. We are posting. It should hopefully detect my compact flash card. There we go. So it should just boot into DOS. I think the only thing is that it will be a bit quicker booting into DOS. Or not, because we have to update the DMI pool info. All right, there we go. And... Ooh, I see sparklies. I may need to, I don't know if they're going to be visible on the screen, but I see sparklies in the background. Which for a newer card like this, okay, for the 8900C, I mean, I saw a little bit of graininess, but not really sparklies. I'm actually seeing like sparklies, which, okay, so maybe what I'll do is I'll put the bracket, I'll screw the bracket in just in case there's a grounding issue. But I still see the sparklies. I think YouTube's compression might be messing with them somewhat. But I don't think I don't think you'll see it on the phone. Okay, the true test might be to let Windows 98 try to run with this card. Also, I guess I can, whoops. Oh. Oh, Jazz Jackrabbit doesn't want to run on this computer. Oh, well. Let's run DOS Bench. It is quite possible that some of these are not going to run correctly on a Pentium 3. Pentium 3 might be too fast for some of these. Woo! Look at that. Oh! Benchmark score is 0. Actually, I suspect that's probably 100 and probably, oh, maybe I should run the version for faster PCs. I suspect that was 100 or 1,000 or whatever the cap is, and it just stops calculating at that point. 179.6. I have a feeling that stopped at 100. I'm just going to run a few of these just to see if there's any signs of graphic anomalies and also let the card warm up. Because then I'll run Windows again and see if we see any sparkles. 125 frames a second. I don't know. I'm not surprised. Chris says 3D benchmark 640 by 480. Ludicrous speed. Go! $56.5 frames a second. I'm running these benchmarks just mainly to let the card do something so I can then see if, go back into Windows, see if the graphics are worse. I mean, I guess it is possible the sparklies could just be this card wasn't that great. A lower quality made card. Although it does kind of make it less likely that I'd want to use the card for capture. Like that 8900C, the graininess in the background, it wasn't too bad. But the sparklies, I'm like, I don't know. That kind of worries me on a much newer card. And it is possible I'm just going to have to drag a CRT monitor on the bench and try some of these. Which for that, I may do a follow-up GPU June video. Oh. The benchmark score is 43.8. Let's just go straight for the Quake 640 by 480. Because that's going to tax the video card. 76.6 frames per second. That's pretty good. Blah, 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 blah. I guess we could do hardware info and see if it can even decipher the card. Oh, it does know what it is. Megabyte of RAM, I was right. Okay. Anything else? No. Okay. Cards had a chance to warm up. Let's run Windows. Whoops. Don't know what I... Oh. Probably because I was in the DOSBench directory. I don't know. The gray background just looks sparkly. I'm not totally sure this one's 100% working, Michael. It's, I saw some, like, sparklies in the gray background. I'm not totally sure it's working. We'll, I think I'll reserve judgment for when I swap to the Windows 98 drive, and we'll see what Windows 98 does. Because Windows 98 should have built-in drivers for this card, and I'll be able to run it at a higher resolution, which will use more of the RAM and tax it more. I mean, it's not really the greatest of built cards, and I mean, the RAM is MT RAM, but it is at least from the mid-90s. All right, so we'll set that. We'll go back to Windows 98. We'll try that again with Windows 98. All right, so the other PCI card I have, so this one I believe is a 2 megabyte card. This one is a TGUI 9680, which is a slightly later chipset. I really would like to know what that long, lots of pins header would have been for, because it doesn't really say. But yeah, someone's upgraded the memory. So this is either, I think this is 2 megabytes, but it could be 4 megabytes. This card, I did not test. Actually, I don't think I tested either of these PCI cards because I got them pretty cheap. Because unlike the ISA cards where sellers still like sell them for a lot because, hey, it's a 16-bit ISA card and those are harder to come by. Although, in reality, with my experience of the Trident cards, they're not worth overpaying for. At least not the 8900Ds. This card, I think I only paid like maybe $13 for. I'll actually screw it in case the grounding matters. I'll actually go to DOSBench first, and we'll run hardware info, and then we'll come back to Windows. So we'll leave that for a mystery. Anyways, there we go. So let's see, hardware info. Let's see what kind of card this is. So TGUI 9680, knew that. Okay, 2 megabytes of EDO DRAM. Nice. Okay. Well, let's just go ahead and run a couple benchmarks to let the card warm up, and then we'll run Windows, and then I'll put the Windows 98 drive back in, and we'll go in the opposite direction. We'll try this card first with Windows 98, and then go back to the other one. All right, 179.5, same benchmark. I think that's pretty much. I think pretty much the as fast that runs as fast as it can. PC player probably running as fast as it can, pretty much. Yeah, definitely a very smooth animation. I suspect most of these DOS benchmarks are probably probably pretty much just, yeah, 43.8. I think that's pretty much the same benchmark as the other one. It might have been 43.6. See, I'm just going to go straight for the QuakeTime demo 640 by 480. And it's probably just running flat out as fast as it can. Yeah, 76.9 frames per second. And that's probably, I think, about as fast. I guess I could run Doom on this card. At least the nice thing is on these PCI cards, there's no jail bars, so I guess maybe however the RAM DAC works on these cards, it's at least not being affected by whatever's causing the older RAM DACs to have jail bars. Could just be a better RAM DAC quality. (936) real ticks. Okay, I don't know what that is in frames per second, but that's fast. All right. And let's see, the Windows 3.1 graphics quality is not that great. Okay, that you might actually be able to see. The background is just not... Oh, wait a minute. Is that my monitor, maybe? I'm going to turn my soldering iron off because I don't think these cards, even if there is something wrong with them, I don't think there's anything I can really repair on these PCI cards. Let me let my monitor auto-adjust. I think it might just be the... No. Okay, it might be possibly the fact of... I don't know. The output on this card seems noisy. Seems like a noisy card. Then again, I mean, these are not... I think the card might be working properly. I don't know. This may just be the simple matter of cheap card. Oh. Okay, well, I think this may be a simple case of it's just a cheap card. Oh, 35 frames per second. I'm actually kind of wondering if maybe that's as fast as Doom can run. DOS might be the bottleneck. All right, so I'm going to put this, I'm going to connect the hard drive back. I'm going to start with the TGWAN 9680. This is basically going to, well, we'll basically run Windows 98. Okay. We'll go ahead and plug in, I'll go into the BIOS and re-enable my floppy drive so I don't forget and wonder why the next time I try to use this computer, the floppy drive's not working, and then probably will remember, oh yeah, I forgot to turn it back on again. Of course, the thing is, in Windows 98, the floppy drive still shows up even if it's not enabled. So it's kind of one of those, I won't immediately realize that I forgot to enable it because the floppy drive is still there. It's like Windows 98 doesn't bother to detect that it's no longer there. All right. I'm going to re-enable the floppy drive real quick. For the aforementioned reason. There we go. Save those settings. All right. So we should boot into Windows 98. I don't remember what video card I had in this last time, but Windows 98 has built-in drivers for these Trident cards, so it shouldn't matter. Oh, that's right. I had the NVIDIA card in it, which is an AGP. Anyways, Windows 98 should detect the fact that... Oh, it could have been 79 frames per second. Actually, in my LNY video, I actually put the... Oh, I forgot to attach a mouse. Actually, you can kind of see the video's quality is not that great on the capture. There we go. And please, okay, it's asking me for the Windows 98 CD-ROM, which I conveniently have on the hard drive. Yep, Windows 98 had built-in drivers, though. Yeah, on the LNY video card video, I actually put the calculation on the screen at the point where I calculated it, so that the next time I go to calculate it and I can't remember the formula, I just go to that scene in the video. How's that for leaving yourself a breadcrumb? Because I had to actually go back to a previous live stream where I calculated it. And... Windows 98 crashed. Yeah, 35 times the first number divided by the second number. Yes, that's it. So I got 79. Yeah, woohoo. At the moment, I'm getting 0. Yeah, Windows 98 crashed on loading. There may be something wrong with this card after all. Let me see what I have on here. Do I have any utilities on here? Oh, I do have DOS Bench on this drive. Okay. Let me try something real quick. Okay. So, card crashed with the native drivers loading Windows. I'm kind of wondering if that's a memory problem. Unfortunately, it could mean it's a problem with the first megabyte of memory. But what I'm going to do here real quick, and with the tower in the way, it's going to be hard to see, but I'm going to pop these 2 memory chips out that were added later, and I'm going to put the card back in and give it a try. Because the thing is, I don't know that I'd be able to do much for these PCI cards if they're defective. I mean, there are some capacitors on this board, and maybe I should recap it, but they're actually... Oh, they are actually through hole. Okay, I might actually try recapping it if I've got the correct value. But let me first just pull the... Well, actually, wait a minute. Why don't I just see what value they are? Maybe I should recap it first. Because unfortunately, it just dawned on me that if it crashed that quickly, it's probably in the first megabyte of memory. Because the resolution that Windows was set to wouldn't be using more than a megabyte. But it could just be that it needs recapped. And I'm having trouble telling what size they are. Okay, what I'm going to do, let's try the other card and see what it does under Windows. Because I think I'm going to have to move the tower off the workbench to... I'm going to have to move the tower off the workbench to recap it. I'm going to have to move the tower to move a microscope in place to read the cap. So why don't we just put this other video card in and see what it does real quick. All right. Of course, the thing is, if this card crashes too, then I may begin to suspect that it's the built-in Windows 98 driver, because I find it hard to believe I have 3 Trident cards that cause Windows 98 to crash. But then again, maybe it is the cards, because, well, we've seen what my luck is with Trident Video Cards. So actually, I'm going to pull the Trident Video Card that's in the top of my scrap pile off. If Windows 98 crashes. Oh, and it did not crash, because that's the dialog box. I think it crashed trying to draw. Oh, no, hold on. This Trident card uses a different driver. So we're running with standard VGA drivers, which is like 16 colors, which means we're only using like the smallest amount of memory on the card. Okay. So anyways, this card is the one I picked up off the VCF East free pile, and it was in the top of my scrap pile because Windows 98 crashed while trying to run with it. And it's got some really weird IBM RAM chips on it. And the thing is, these IBM RAM chips, I looked it up, they're actually dual port RAM, SD RAM, and there's no way I'm going to find replacement RAM. Cert, and Windows 98 crashed. What are the chances I have 3? All right, let's take a look at these 3 cards. Let's see if there's anything that might be in common. Yeah, Windows 98 hard locked up again. So these cards work with Windows 3.1, but again, I only had the VGA driver. I don't have Trident drivers installed in that on that compact flash card. So they weren't using Trident drivers. It was just using standard VGA drivers. Windows 98 works fine with the standard VGA drivers to load the Trident drivers for the card. But the moment it tries to draw the dialog box that the mouse isn't connected, Windows 98 crashes. That, and all 3 are doing it. On the one hand, maybe it's just a case of 3 more Trident video cards that were pulled out of service back in the day because they became unreliable and they sat in a closet for 20 years, and then someone said, ooh, old video card, money, me like. And they just listed it untested because they don't have a computer with PCI anymore. Okay. Ah, this is telling. Okay, so this card has the really weird IBM SD RAM. Hey, Thomas. So these caps are probably due for a recap. But would bad capacitors cause Windows 98 to crash when you run the card with the Trident drivers? I don't know. I'm not sure that would necessarily be enough to cause Windows 98 to crash. But there's also something up with the pins on this GPU. Is there a bent pin on this card? All right, let's go to the microscope. Oh, actually, I think what I'm seeing might be where I maybe unbent a pin previously. Because bent pin could cause the problem I'm seeing, I'm sure, if they were touching each other. Because maybe it's a signal for one of the higher address lines. Because it works fine with VGA drivers, but 16 color VGA at 640 by 480 is not going to use a lot of RAM. Okay, So I think you might be able to see the pin I'm concerned about in the microscope view, but I don't. Yeah, they're not touching. Okay. I think that pin might have been bent at one point and bent back, but it's not touching. Yeah, RAM BIOS or Trident registry error. RAM BIOS or Trident registry error. Yeah. I mean, it is possible there's something wrong with the Trident registry on this system. I'm thinking, okay, I'm thinking on this card, because it's got these weird IBM memory chips. And I don't think the caps, even though these caps are like, I mean, these are not the greatest of caps. I can tell just by looking at them without the microscope. I don't think this card. Oh, okay. I don't think this card really is a good candidate for recapping. Also, I don't have 16 volt 22 microfarad caps because I thought this card had bad RAM and didn't even order caps to be able to recap it. I was not able to find. No one has these IBM memories in stock, and because this is a really weird IBM part number, I have no idea how to get a cross reference. But I believe these are actually dual port SD-RAM video RAM chips. So, yeah, that's going back on my scrap pile. Now, what also ruins the theory that it's the caps is this other Trident TGUI 9440 card. Because I don't know why I'm showing you under the microscope. I could just change views. But anyways, this card has no electrolytics on it. Now, granted, it is MT RAM. And I guess I could try swapping the RAM from another card. But honestly, I don't think this is the card I'd want to. I don't really think I want to sync RAM chips into. Yeah, I don't think I really want to sync RAM chips into this card. Given the fact that this card is doing the same thing. Now, it does have electrolytics on it. The electrolytics do look like they're in a slightly better shape. They look like they might be slightly better electrolytics. Now, the thing is, if there's a RAM error causing it to crash at the resolution I had it figured at, it's probably going to be one of these two RAM chips. But do I want to swap LG RAM out for MT RAM, especially because I think the MT RAM's bad? Not really. Now, could I take these off the board and put these in its place? Sure. Then I still only have a 1 megabyte board. I mean, that is definitely something I could try. And actually, it's 11:40. All right. Unfortunately, given the time, I don't think I got enough time to get these off and put these on and test it. So, oh, wait a minute. There are a couple jumpers noted on this card. Let me just double check them. So, R25. So there should be a resistor on R25 because I think this is EDO RAM. Well, I think that's correct. EDC enable, memory clock select. No, okay. What capacitors are these, though? Let me just see if I can't figure out what capacitor size this is. I mean, I could at least see if replacing the capacitors fixes the sparkly video issue that I was seeing on Windows 3.1. Hold on, I gotta find a capacitor that I can actually focus on. Oh, let's see here. That is a Oh, there we go. Let me try focusing on that one because the label's right. This is a 25 volt, 10 microfarad. 25 volt, 10 microfarad. Okay. Um. Okay. Okay. I think this one I'm gonna set aside for now. I might come back to it later, but it's just the TGUI 9440. I'd rather have a 9680 because it's a slightly better chip. So for now, I'm gonna put this one to the side because it very well could be bad RAM. But don't worry, I can always pull it back out of the scrapboard pile. Now this one, I'm gonna see. I did order caps. I am going to. I think I'm gonna recap it here real quick. 10. Oh, these are. Oh, those are 1047s. That's the wrong ones. I just grabbed all my tiny. Those are 4.735s. These are. Oh. Not even anywhere close. And I think these are 1016 volts. These are 1025 volts. I don't like decreasing the voltage, but the likelihood, well, I mean, there's no voltages on the PCI bus that's higher than 12 volts. And quite honestly, a lot of those capacitors are probably actually not even on the 12 volt rail. But still, I'd rather have, if I was going to put one on the 12 volt rail, I still want to have some margin. I don't have any 2510s. Okay. Apparently when I bought caps, I thought these were surface mount. Oh, wait. There are surface mount pads there, though, for capacitors. Let me... So those are 1025s. Hold, please. I just realized. While I don't have any electrolytics, you know, it'd be really quick if I've got some tantalums that are the right size. Although it seems like a waste. Let me see what I have that might, in terms of non-electrolytics. I might actually have something that can go in place of those. This is called... I might still be able to recap this board real quick and see if the video quality issues go away. Let me check my other stash. I'm looking for 1025s. All right, let me check my other stash real quick. Might still be able to at least see if I can fix the video quality. there a different BIOS for this card? I do not know. I mean, it is possible that I got bad caps on. Well, all three of the PCI Trident video cards crashed. I'm trying to read these capacitors here. They're in a cap kit, so I don't remember. They're 47 microfarad. Okay, the L3 crashed at the exact same place on Windows loading, which is odd. I guess I could see if there's a different BIOS. But the two 9440s as well as this 9680, which use different drivers. Windows 98 had to install different drivers for them. They all three crashed when it tried to draw the first dialog box. Which is kind of odd, but... Oh, it does help if you type on the correct keyboard. All right, let's see if there's a different... let me check to see if there's another BIOS for that card. Because I don't really have caps that are the right ones. I mean, I could put 1016s on this card, but the original caps are 1025s. Which 1016 would work, but I guess I'd rather have the extra margin, especially on the 12-volt rail. But I mean, I could put 1060s. Let me. Because actually, the one thing I could do is it is very possible that Trident got to the point where the BIOS on these may be the same or very similar. They are all version 5.4 BIOS. Yeah, 5.4, 5.4, 5.4. Okay, now that okay, let's go on that angle. Because that is something that's in common with all three of these cards. They all have a version 5.4 BIOS. So maybe, even though they're different GPU chips, maybe there's a problem with the 5.4 BIOS and Windows 98. Although, but I don't know if there is. But let's see. So yeah, if anyone knows or happens to like be faster at searching than me, all right, let me look at the data sheet for this video card. Let me see if it maybe mentions a BIOS version. Is maybe the probably not. It's just mentioning things like highly integrated design and software codec acceleration, deep green PC power management, complete hardware compatibility, advanced graphics functions. Totally a marketing based data sheet. Oh, let's see, that website's not helping. All right. Not coming up with. Oh, well, here's an All My ROMs website that I don't know that I trust enough to download anything from it. But it is claiming, according to the preview, claiming to have a version 5.5 of the BIOS. Well, I guess I can download it. Oh, nope. Stopped by Windows. Oh. Nope. Okay, the website is not it's doing something that I don't like, so I'm not going to download the file from there. It's the website has an HTTPS connection. However, the website it's trying to get me to download the file that claims to be a version 5.5 ROM for this card is HTTP connection. So that's what I call no good. I don't really want to try it. Especially because I can't see the preview. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out how in Firefox to turn on the like status bar or something so I can at least see the preview of where this URL is going. Settings, is that in settings? No. Okay. All right. I'm not going to download from that website. I don't trust it. If someone's got a way of downloading a file from a website that is doing slightly sketchy things without that's like sandbox, then I'll find a way to let you get the file to me, but I don't have a sandboxed computer to try that on. So there may be a version 5.5 ROM for this card, but I am having trouble finding it on a website that I'd actually be willing to download it from. Huh. Okay. Seems like maybe one of the game emulators might use it. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Is that it? Hold on. I may have just actually found it in a place. Oh, here we go. It was a vgamuseum.info website. I think I may have the file here. See, it's a 64K. So let me here we go. I think I might have a new BIOS. Let's give it a try. If I've got a chip I can write it to. So it's 64K. So therefore I need a 27512. Is that correct? Is my math right? So 64K times 8 is 512. Yes. Confirmed. My math is correct. Select. All right. Open. Yeah, that site looks more legit. At least it's not trying to pull potential redirect shenanigans behind the scenes. That website looks like it actually is. I think I actually did download a zip file that actually had a Trident BIOS in it and not a zip file that had things in it that are going to try to run as soon as I unzip it. So I just need to find where it unzipped to. Downloads. Here we go. Copy. I'm trying to open it in the programmer. File open. Because I at least want to make sure it looks like a BIOS. Reserved for IBM compatibility, blah, blah, blah. Copyright 1994 Trident Microsystems. Trident TGY 96XX. Okay, that's in the header of the BIOS. Wow, there is a lot of empty room in this BIOS. I mean, the BIOS image is 64 kilobytes. Union.vbi. I have no idea what that file is. Here we go. I know the other thing I can do. Let me see if this... I'm going to make sure that there's actually a difference. So I'm going to pull this BIOS off. I'm hoping I'm showing the table cam. I can't. I got Windows in front of it. Also, this is also just a sanity check and make sure that this actually is a... Hold on. Looking for... I knew I would do it. As soon as I started to try to clean off my workbench, I knew I would misplace things. What do you know? Alright. Trying to look for my tool that I used to remove the hex screws, but I might have actually taken it upstairs. Yes, I have a tool especially for doing that. Okay. Nope, wrong size. Alright. Alright, I think I took it upstairs. I'll just do this very carefully. There we go. Got it out. And it is a... On the silk screen, it is marked 27C256. That would explain why half of the image I downloaded is blank. Is because it is blank. Alright, so I'm going to actually select a 27C256. I'll just pick a AMD one. Alright, I'm going to open that file again. And I'm going to device verify. I've got the chip that I pulled out of that card in. And I just want to make sure it's not like identical. And there we go. Okay, they are not the same. So open. Go step in. Let me go get a 27256. And yeah, let's try this newer bias. If I've got any 27256. Oh, I've got plenty of 512. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, what do you know? It's even an AMD. It's an AM27C256. the type I actually selected in the tool. All right. So this BIOS appears to be different. All right. So first, let me device blank check. Yes, it is blank. All right. Device program. And uh-oh. And this device is no good. Potentially. So blank check was okay. I program it. I get write errors. I think that means this chip is... Yep. That chip just went in the suspect chip. Let me see if I've got any 20. Let me have some right one from 12. My UV eraser. Yes, I do have two chips in the UV eraser. I got it. There's a 256. And a 512. All right. Coffee tips. Coffee tips help me buy chips. Tips for chips. Or also, if you just have a bunch of UV erasable EPROMs and you just want to get rid of them, I've got a UV eraser. I'll erase them. Reuse them. Actually what a lot of these are. I pulled them off boards and promptly erased them, so all right, this chip probably has all right, let's see if this one works. All right, so divide. Oh, all right, so let me see. Let me change chip types. So this is actually a TI 27C256. TI 27C256. We turn off the ID check though. Device, blank check. It is blank. Device, program. Oh, hold on. Got to open the file again. Device, program. Oh, yay! Your PCB order. High Gust boards and Magic Sack. All right. Okay, this chip programmed. Verify. Let me verify it. Excellent. All right. So I have a new BIOS. This should be a version 5.5 BIOS. This is actually probably this chip's last insertion because I mangled the pins on it, pulling it out of the last socket that I had it in. And I bent the pins back into place, but I think they'll go in. But I suspect they may not be happy coming back out again. Okay, at least that went in better than I thought it would, so that I don't break the internet. Not that I really care, for as long as I'm going to have this on the workbench. There we go. Version 5.5 BIOS. I mean, maybe it'll fix the problem. Maybe it won't. You can't fix the problem, fix the blame. And I'll fix the blame on the Trident card. Now, I'm just curious if any of these right once is... Oh, they're all 28C64s. Probably some I got for... Probably XTIDE boards. Or something similar. Alright. Pull the Pentium 2 system back up on the bench. This is probably going to be about the last thing I try. If this doesn't fix it, then I will probably... I don't know. Maybe on Dave's stream, I'll try recapping this board. I may just use the 20 or the 16 volt caps I have. Because if I got a power delivery problem, I suspect a 16 volt cap. I mean, it's not optimal because I'd rather replace with closer to what's on here. But I guess a 16 volt cap should be okay short term. A new cap would at least prove that I don't have power delivery problems. But I think I kind of like the theory that it's BIOS or RAM more than a cap. Especially considering how consistent it's crashing in the same exact place. I might be more inclined to believe it was caps, a power delivery problem, and bad caps if maybe it was a little bit inconsistent. But the fact that I had the 3 Trident cards that all have version 5.4 BIOS, and they all crash in the exact same place, I guess it's not inconceivable that I have bad RAM on all 3 of them. I mean, one is MT RAM, one is this really weird IBM dual port video memory. Did I put the ROM in the wrong way? Nope, it's in the right way. Right? Because you probably heard it. That was a beep code, and I think that was video card. Well, looks like that BIOS is not happy for some reason. Guess I wrote the wrong, because there were two files in the zip file. Unfortunately, if I wrote the wrong one. All right. I wrote the one that had a bin extension, which is usually the extension for a BIOS image. Let me just compare what I wrote with the other file, which was not in a bin file, but it is an image of some sort. And the two are different. I have a feeling I was supposed to write the other image. All right. Well, looks like I have come to an anticlimactic end to the stream, because I don't have any EEPROMs that are 256K. So I'm going to have to, oh, I did remove the chip without any grief, so it looks like this BIOS chip will get one more attempt, but it is a UV erasable, so I am going to have to erase it. It's the only 256K one I have. So unfortunately, that's going to take longer to erase than I want to wait. So it looks like the mystery of the PCI Trident cards will come back to haunt me, because looks like the ROM image I wrote was the wrong one. I guess at least I could put the old BIOS back in and make sure that I didn't do. All right, let me just double check that the board boots with the old BIOS, because it's possible I could have done something else to the card and not realized it. I suspect it just doesn't like the BIOS image I wrote. Okay. Yep. Okay. Confirmed. Yeah, it could be a fake ROM image. It could have been a fake ROM image. It could have been a ROM image that was modified to use with an emulator for some reason. So you can use a 27512, just write the file twice, high and low. All right, tell you what, I'll try that real quick. All right, hold on real quick. I'll let me go get a 27. Actually, I'll screen share. Okay. So, all right. So let me select a. Okay, I think it's. What brand of 27512 do I have? It's also possible it doesn't like the speed of these ROMs, but it's probably just I wrote the wrong image. Okay, so these are ST. M27. I like to at least pick the. Wait a minute. Oh, you know, it does help when you're trying to change the part number in your software to actually use the correct keyboard to type. Because generally, when you type with the keyboard that is not connected, it doesn't work. Okay. Okay. So, I like to pick the correct image type, even if it doesn't. Okay, so binary. Okay, so there's that. And then is it what? 8000? Yep, that's where I need to see. Open. And I want to. So from file start address to 8000 hex. Okay, there we go. That should be. Yep, that should be it. Device blank check. We are blank. All right, device program. Only disadvantage of these chips is they'll take twice as long to write as a 256, but okay. Okay, looks like it verified. I usually like to double check it again. Verify. Oh. Well, I have seen some of these you have to write them more than once because this programmer doesn't quite drive the voltage. Of course, maybe that 256 just needed written more than once. Although the interesting thing is, it verified after it programmed it. But then when I did a verify, okay, looks like it's good now. All right. Of course, it is possible that maybe the problem is maybe that image I wrote, maybe I should have written it a second time instead of verified it more than once. I don't know. Okay, so here we go. This is the VBI file that was in that zip file with the ROM image, which the one thing about this image, it was at least 32K, which is the size of a 27C256. All right. Still not sure if this is going to fix it. It is quite possible this ROM is not correct. Nope. All right. I think whatever this ROM image is, it is not a ROM chip for this Trident card. Maybe the BIOS has a all right, let me just see if there's like take one last look at that search. Maybe that BIOS was changed to work in an emulator. But maybe it only works with a later revision of the chip. All right, let me try one more thing. I'm about to end the stream though. I am curious, though. Would I have any better luck looking for the 9440 BIOS? Oh, there's a 9440. Well, that VGA Museum has one, but I think it's version 5.2 of the BIOS. Although, maybe I might try that one. Maybe I should try an older version of the BIOS. Anyways, alright. So it looks like of the... Yeah, it's not the right code. I agree, Thomas. So I think I'm at a stopping point for the night. So, what have I successfully repaired? Or at least figured out is working. Alright. My 8900C from Canada. It was made in Canada. Not the greatest image quality, but it looks like the card might have been working. Just not great image quality. Could the card be dying? Possibly. Card from LNY Electronics. It was jumper settings. So, if you're using a card in a 386, you should have don't enable zero wait state. The Trident 9000i card that was in the PC I picked up at VCF East, it just needed a VGA connector. Symptom was you wiggled the cable and you lost one of the colors, so everything got a yellow shift. So, fairly easy repair. I'll put the part number in the description if I remember. It was like $4.60 for the VGA connector, but it was a great fit. Just word of the wise, the first time you plug a VGA cable into a new VGA connector, it's a tight fit. Like really tight. You'll think you'll think you're like putting it in wrong, but in reality, it's a new connector. So, yeah, 3 cards. Which then leads to the not so great news of the stack of 8900D cards that are probably scrap, or at least replacement parts for something that's not a Trident card. I think I've got like 4 or 5 of those. In fact, let me pull out my stack and we'll count the number of failed ones for the record. It was, let's see here, we had 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that all? Only 4 of those. That's weird. I thought I had another one of those. But maybe I didn't. Or maybe I already scrapped some of them. Anyways, these are actually just going to, they're 8900D cards, or 8900DR cards. They're going in my scrap card pile right now. I will not be trying anything else to them. They're done for. Don't know what's wrong with them. Not going to try to do anything to him. That card from Canada, I think, actually has tantalums on it, so not really much I can do, and unless maybe... Yeah, it's got tantalums on it, so unless maybe the ferrites aren't the best ferrites, or maybe it needs a little more distance from another card in the system. Or maybe I just need to put it in a system with better capacitor and power delivery. Yeah, I guess I could check the tantalums. I'll check them some other time. I mean, I guess one of them could be failing. I won't check that tonight. Maybe on Dave's stream I might sit down and check those tantalums. And then, of course, we've got the 3 PCI cards. So I'm not going to give up on them quite yet. However, I may have to give up on them if I can't find any other BIOS images that actually look like real Trident BIOS images. So maybe what I might do for these, since it seems like maybe there is a version 5.5 BIOS, is maybe I'll start a thread on Tinker Different, and I'll see if anyone knows of other BIOS versions for these Trident cards. Because maybe someone actually has one of these cards in their collection and can just look on the chip and possibly even read it out and post it. But I think I will start with a or Thomas, the resistors got a spec. Yes, that's another good thing for that card. I should probably, in fact, I'll make myself a note when I get off the stream. Yes, for this card here that had, like, poor video quality, I think Thomas is probably suggesting that I check. There's some resistors here that are probably 75 ohm resistors. Just check those and make sure they're actually still 75 ohm resistors, because those are going to terminate the video signal. Or I'm pretty sure that's what the 75 ohm ones are, because that is the resistance of a video signal. So yeah, I'll check those, because it is possible those 75 ohm resistors are degrading, which that would cause problems with the video signal. I can check the tantalum caps, because maybe one is on its way out. So maybe I do need to replace the tantalum. I mean, it's also possible that this Trident card era didn't have the greatest video output. It could be that I'm seeing an artifact on a digital capture that wouldn't be there if I pull out a CRT monitor. And while Jeremy did give me a CRT monitor, I need to open it up and just check it inside, because there is something rattling in it. I think it's plastic, but I'm not going to power it up until I check it. So, anyways, yes. So, the PCI cards, I guess I could, because some of them had a poor image quality, could check their resistors too. Because quite honestly, this card doesn't look like it's the greatest of cards. This one here with the IBM memories, this one looks like really cheap. This card, though, actually, this other 9440 card, this one actually looks like a fairly decently made card. So this actually may have been a card, maybe it almost looks like maybe it was a card that Gateway put in a system, just because of this label that's on the back. So this actually looks like a decently made card. But again, I might see if there's a different BIOS for the 9440 as well. And I think it might be time to just try a different BIOS on these cards. Now, if the BIOS doesn't fix it, then I might see if I have some RAM chips that are compatible and just see if replacing the RAM fixes it. Obviously, I won't be trying the IBM one. I can't find RAM. But for one of these other cards that just uses these memory chips, I'm not taking the MT RAM to put it on this board, but maybe I'll find some RAM chips to try to fix this one. I'll recap it though if I do. Or maybe what I'll do actually is, or maybe I'll fix this 9440 that seems to be a high quality board, and I'll find something to replace the MT RAM. I mean, maybe what I'll do is take these 2 Siemens chips off this board. Oh, wait, no, these are EDO RAMs. That won't work unless I mod this other board, because these are EDO RAMs, and I don't know where I'd have to make the mod, so never mind. I'll find some fast page, maybe. Anyways, these are a later problem. I won't scrap them just yet, but they're suspect. So I guess MSI shipped Trident cards, you think? It doesn't really look MSI. It says made in the USA, which is why I was thinking that maybe it was a gateway. Might have been built for gateway, or one of the PC manufacturers that actually built them in the U.S. But it's not Dell, because that doesn't look like a Dell label. But I've seen that label before on other cards. It's like there's some system integrator that was in the US and built their computers in the US that I think used that label style that's on that card. But it's not Dell. So, because Dell's had a fairly distinct label. So, anyways, I guess I got what I've got. I've got a few Trident cards. I guess my Emerson Elite SX386 will probably get one of those cards, because it'll be better than the Paradise card that's in it. Yeah, the Paradise card is really not a great performer, even in a 16 megahertz 386 SX. Of course, then again, I may put these cards in it and see they perform just as bad. But, anyways, I think with that, I'm going to draw the stream to a close, because it is getting late and I am starting to ramble. So next week will not be a GPU June live stream, so don't worry. I think I will come up with a different topic. In fact, I have a couple PC motherboards that I would like to attempt to repair if I can replenish some of my supplies, because I'm going to need a lot of low melt solder. But I have a PC motherboard that kind of looks like it was Varda and water damaged. I need to replace all 4 SIM sockets, as well as 2 of the ISA slots on it. Normally, I would probably not attempt all of those. I would probably attempt the SIM sockets, and if I don't destroy the board there, just go to the ISA slots. But, well, I just might as well do them all at once, because I do need to inspect the board under those, because there are some, like, a dozen broken traces around where the Varda battery was. So if I remove those components, then I'll be able to inspect the board under those and make sure there's no more broken components. And also, I am not going to solder on 4 72-pin SIM sockets if I completely destroy the board trying to remove SIM sockets and ISA slots. But if I can get those off without making too much of a mess, then I think I can probably fix the broken traces. And then I'm willing to gamble 4 72-pin SIM sockets that actually Mouser still sells. And I'm willing to gamble an 8-bit and a 16-bit ISA slot, which Mouser still sells. And they're even the good Amphenol ones. Yeah, I did pay a little more to get the Amphenol ones. I think the memory sockets, I think, are TE connectivity, which was... And then I think TE connectivity owns Amphenol. But I think the ISA slots I bought actually have AMP stamped on them, so they're just like some you might have bought back in the day. I'm kind of tempted to start on that board next week, and maybe do that board for a week, and then maybe I've got some Mac boards to work on, or I might do the Mac boards first and then the PC board. I don't know which order I'll do them in, because the Mac boards I can do with what I have on hand. So maybe I'll recap the Mac boards next week and do the 486 board the following week. We'll see. But I'm going to vary it, because 4 weeks of K-Pro, my views were down. So thought I would kick off GPU June with an attempt to repair some cards. But then I think I've got some other things to try to repair. Maybe for the end of GPU June, maybe I might come back to video cards. Maybe I'll do a follow-up video. I don't know. Do say, though, keep an eye out for other GPU June content, since the month has just begun. I know that I've seen previous GPU Junes. There's been some pretty neat videos that came out, so hopefully this year will be no exception. But with that, and a couple ISA cards that at least will let me have something in some computers, I'd like to wish everyone a great rest of your night. Take care, and we'll see you next time. And I've got to find where I need to click. Yes, all right, there we go. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.